Welcome to the Wandering Pilgrims. Somehow, someway, we've managed to survive the trials and tribulations of internet discussions and debate amongst people who have very little in common, though often it is Christ. So that's a pretty big thing, and I wouldn't undershoot that. But tonight we have a very cool guest, probably the most prolific person that we've had on thus far, and he's very, very much interested me with the things that I've seen. I've checked out his website and a couple of his videos, and he has a rather compelling approach to reading Paul and Scripture in general. His name is Michael Hardin. He is a grateful graduate of Newark Park Theological Seminary in Chicago. He studied Dietrich Bonhoeffer with F. Burton Nelson and Rene Girard with Edwin A. Halston. And he earned his Master's of Divinity there. He's currently pursuing a doctorate in theology at Charles Sturt University in Australia. His wife and him, Lori, co-founded Preaching Peace. The website for that is www.preachingpeace.com. And they're also members of Akron Mennonite Church, though from what Michael's told me is he's more just a general Christian. He's a broadband Christian. That's my term. He doesn't really like to cornhole himself, and I really appreciate that because I feel the very same way. He's got so many books. He's got 8 books, at least 25 peer-reviewed essays. A couple of books he's written are The Jesus-Driven Life, Reconnecting Humanity with Jesus, Walking with Grandfather, and you got a couple more coming out, don't you?
I have 2 coming out. I have Volume 2 of What the Facebook, which are my theological posts from last year, and then a second book coming out end of July called Reading the Bible with Rene Girard.
Nice. Is there anything else by way of introduction that you'd like to put out there?
No, I think we're good to go.
All right. Well, the floor is yours, sir. What message do you have for us today?
The gospel is good news. That God is non-violent and non-retributive, and that Jesus shows us that in His life, His death. And it's that simple. And that we, if we want to participate in the life of God, we are those who live peacefully, non-violently, lovingly, compassionately, with nurturing, caring, mercy. I mean, it's about the way we relate to each other.
So, here's where the question comes in for me. What is the basis of your theology? Is it from strict exegesis from the text? I don't want to give any spoilers, but I've seen that you're a bit of a critic of inerrancy.
A bit of a critic. Well,
I was being polite.
Yeah, well, I mean, evangelicalism has 4 pillars upon which it's built: inerrancy or infallibility, penal substitution, the eternal conscious torment doctrine of hell, and the ethical justification of violence. And I am Samson. I'm knocking all those pillars down.
That's some nice imagery.
I mean, dude, I got the hair to prove it, you know.
Hey, the best theologians are hippie theologians. That's
it, man. That's it.
So I was listening to that video, and I kind of mistook it at first. I was having a discussion with Justin and Johnny yesterday about this. I mistook it at first. It seemed like you were cutting and pasting, but what you're more doing is you're seeing, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're seeing Paul writing in a particular fashion intended to be presented in a certain way, and we've kind of departed from that in our modern reading and hermeneutic.
Well, there's 2 pieces to this equation. The first piece to recognize is that we've been reading Paul through the lens of Martin Luther and Augustine of Hippo now for, these many millennia. That's the standard default reading in the West. Then there is the shift to what's known as the new perspective on Paul reading. That's James Dunn, that's Tom Wright, all the scholars that are engaged in Pauline research really since the late 1970s, after E.P. Sanders wrote his book Paul and Palestinian Judaism. Then there has been this third major shift that is post-new perspective on Paul, and that includes Lou Martin in his commentary on Galatians in the Anchor Bible series, It includes Robert Hamilton Kelly's book, Sacred Violence, Paul's Hermeneutic of the Cross. But what it especially includes, and this is the conversation piece for tonight, is this huge 1,300-page book called The Deliverance of God by Douglas Campbell.
That's a lot of words.
A lot of words. Now, I can tell you real briefly that I have never been a fan of the Lutheran reading of Paul. And again, my graduate education started in the late 1970s, early 80s. So I've always pretty much been a new perspective on Paul person. I mean, my library, I mean, just my library, I mean, this is just the downstairs. And so I read a lot. I read a lot. Here's the deal. I forget what year it was that Campbell released this book. It might have been 2010. 2009. I can normally read a book a day. That's my reading speed. But it took me 3 days to read this book. I was stunned at what I was reading. It was just the sheer amount of evidence was so compelling and so overwhelming. I knew I had to really take my time and dissect the argument and make sure, because if I was going to buy Campbell's thesis, I had to know that it was as airtight as it could get. Now, all Campbell's doing in this particular volume is to say that when Paul wrote the letter to the Romans, he's engaging in certain Greek rhetorical techniques that were quite popular in the day. So, for example, we've known since the late 1920s from Rudolf Bultmann that Paul engages in diatribe. That is, in chapter 2 he says, "Who are you to judge, O man?" And you see this kind of back and forth with this fake character in the text, and Paul's going back and forth. That's a style known as diatribe. But what Campbell pointed out was that there is, in Romans as well, a technique being used called prosopopoia, and that's where an author is having to confront an interlocutor, that is, somebody that he's engaged in debate with. And so Paul will summarize or quote this teacher's position. Campbell calls him the false teacher. And this false teacher, or teachers plural, has the exact same theological structure as Lou Martin identified in the Galatian text in his commentary. And this structure that Campbell and Martin both identify, you can also find in Bob Hamilton Kelly's book, Sacred Violence. In other words, there's a pattern that emerges amongst this new post-perspective group. So what Campbell's saying is Paul's using a rhetorical technique where he's going to cite the false teacher in Romans 1:18-32. And that's the false teacher. Now, you've seen the videos, so you know the argument here. And then he moves into diatribe. You really don't even get Paul expressing his own theological viewpoint until 3:21-26.
So, okay, let me just jump in and just to kind of frame it. The idea is that he's writing in a way that is very alien to our modern literary mindset, that we're not accustomed to reading things such as this because it wasn't meant to be read as such. It was meant to be orated, correct?
That is absolutely right. In fact, one of the things that we are finally really getting handles on in all the literature that's coming out on the Gospels and early Christianity is that this is an oral culture. Oral, both O-R-A-L and oral A-U-R-A-L. And texts were heard, and they were performed. So one of the questions we have to ask is, why, when Paul sent his letters, did he always send somebody with his letter? Why didn't he just use this Roman postal service and send his letters? Why send somebody with him? Well, he needs to send somebody with him so that when the reader is reading the letter, they know when to change voice, so that the hearers know that Paul has changed, that the false teacher's speaking, and then when Paul is speaking. And this would be a common technique.
So, the question that automatically pops into my head is, how can you tell where Paul is expressing his own thoughts and where he's playing devil's advocate, so to speak.
In
It's
order,
like a
yes,
arbitrary distinction.
in order to do that, you have to do the really hard work, A, of figuring out from Paul's letters, particularly Galatians, 2 Corinthians, Romans, and Philippians. You have to know who are his opponents, what is he arguing against. You have to know an awful lot about Second Temple Judaism. You have to understand the issues involved in Second Temple Judaism, the theological issues, and you have to understand how Paul is going to take all of this in a letter form when he's writing to a church he's never been to. He's not been to Rome before, but the false teacher's on his way there, or the false teacher is already there, and Paul needs Rome. He needs the support of the Roman house churches to continue his mission on to Spain. This is Robert Jewett's hypothesis in his great big fat Hermeneia commentary, that Romans is an ambassadorial letter. And so Paul's writing this letter to the Roman house church. He's already been screwed by these false teachers in Galatia and in Corinth and perhaps in other churches as well as Philippi. So it's a preventative letter that he's writing when he writes to Rome. He's trying to say, look, you guys, what you're hearing is not the gospel. It has to do with Jewish-Christian relationships, not how do we get to heaven when we die.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I definitely see that right off the bat, that this whole mission on how do you get to heaven, it kind of takes the whole point of Christianity out of it, which is that relationship with Christ and being reconciled with God. And of course that carries with it going to heaven, but if you become a Christian for the purpose of getting to heaven, well, then you're not really a Christian. You know, it's about the love of Christ. But I say that as an aside. I know I'm a talker. I was curious about how, because it seems to me like there's a lot of talk about this false teacher, and it seems to me like a vague kind of reference to almost any influence that is seeking to sway the course of what Paul is trying to plot right there.
Right. Well, we have some evidence of who this false teacher may be. The first bit of evidence is Galatians chapter 2, where Paul reports about an incident that took place in Antioch on the Orontes, where the Jews and the Gentile Christians were eating together. They were also celebrating Eucharist together, breaking bread, right? Until certain men from the Jerusalem church, and Paul calls them men from James, Jesus' brother, come to Antioch. Now Peter's there, and Paul's there, and Barnabas is there, and they're all eating together. These men from James come and convince all the Jews to no longer break bread or have Eucharist or eat meals with the Gentile Christians. As a result, the Jews break off. Paul confronts Peter face to face. Now, we don't know the outcome of what happened at Antioch. It's not recorded. What we can surmise from that is, A, that the Jerusalem church, which was oriented to the still-standing temple, the temple doesn't fall until 70, the Antioch incident's in 48 or thereabouts, Romans isn't written until 55, 56, Galatians before that, Corinthians before that. So the great Pauline letters are written after the Antioch incident. What we can surmise from that is this, and particularly when you look at Paul's criticism of his opponents, he calls them super apostles in 2 Corinthians chapter 11. He calls them servants of Satan. You know, when you look at the theological position of these false teachers, you're able to extrapolate it from Romans, Galatians, Philippians, and put it together and create a picture of this false teaching. You can understand that what you're dealing with here is a very rigid form of Jewish Christianity that's controlled by the Galilean group now residing in Jerusalem. And that is the people that walked and talked with Jesus, James and John, James, Jesus' brother, Peter. They have this monopoly on what the gospel is. But what they've done is they've essentially gone out and they've said, look, everybody should be a Christian, but in order to be a Christian, you've got to become a Jew. And that's what they're doing. And Paul's argument is, wait a minute. You don't need to become a Jew if you're a Gentile to become a Christian. And if you a lot of there's a lot of brand new scholarship just in the last half a dozen years right now that's really re-examining the whole category of the Gentile who attends a Jewish synagogue. We call these God-fearers. And this is kind of the audience that both Paul and the false teachers are going after. One, they have money. You're dealing with wealthy people. If you read the book of Acts, you'll know that when Paul enters a new mission field, he always finds a patron or a benefactor. So what you can do is you can reconstruct the false teacher's teaching. Now, to my knowledge, there's very few scholars that are going to name the false teachers. I do it because I think you can make a case that it's James, Jesus' brother, and Peter.
That's what I thought you were going to say. I was hearing that all throughout it. I knew you were going to say him.
Yep. James, Jesus' brother, and Peter. Yep.
So you think that Peter was a part of this?
Absolutely do. Absolutely. Which is why when I read 1 Peter, what I see is a certain sacrificial way of thinking in 1 Peter. I also see it in the Epistle of James, if both are authentic, and I think you can make a reasonably good case for authenticity for both of those.
So, Justin, you had something you wanted to say?
I had a burning question about this, is that Peter at one point calls Paul's words scripture, I think.
Well, you're referring to 2 Peter, which is not written by the Apostle Peter. See, there's two things to know here. One is 2 Peter is written in a form of Greek called Attic Greek. There's an Atticizing, a resurgence of a dialect. It would be like if today everybody thought, oh, we should write in Shakespearean English. Wouldn't that be quaint?
Almost like it's more formal.
2 Peter's written in that kind of style, and it's probably written around 120. It's probably the last piece of literature to be written, perhaps the book of Acts, but that, and 2 Peter chapter 2 includes the entire epistle to Jude minus all the references to the pseudepigrapha, like 1st Enoch and the Assumption of Moses. So I'm just saying I don't see 2 Peter as having been written at all by the Apostle Peter, who would have died 50 years prior.
So here, one problem I see in conceding the assertion that Paul is speaking against Peter and James, the brother of Jesus, is that, we have from the Gospels that Jesus himself said, "Upon this rock I will build my church."
If that's an authentic saying of Jesus, that's only in the Gospel of Matthew.
It is authentic as any of the writings of Paul. They have just as much historical evidence. So
No. Well, when Jesus scholars come to the Gospels, one of the things they recognize is that the Gospels not only record the words of the historical Jesus, but that the stories have been modified and edited as they've been passed on in the tradition, and that the community that produces the Gospels has their own theological agenda. So, for example, the text you just quoted, "Upon this rock I will build my church," is at the Caesarea Philippi episode, same text where Jesus calls Peter Satan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? In Mark, you don't have any of that Petrine authority. But in Matthew's Gospel, you do. Now, when scholars go, well, where was Matthew's Gospel produced? They almost invariably are going to point their finger at Antioch. In other words, Peter wins at Antioch. The community at Antioch produces this Gospel that vindicates Peter, and you have all these pro-Peter sayings in the Gospel of Matthew. If Matthew has Mark in front of him, which most scholars are willing to say he does, Mark's Gospel makes Peter and the disciples to be idiots. They're completely clueless. It's like they all grew up in L.A. or something. They're just dumb. But Matthew cleans all that up, makes the early apostles look really good and all of that kind of thing. And the Gospel of John is an anti-Petrine gospel. It's a gospel that highlights the beloved disciple over against Peter. So every time the beloved or the other disciple is mentioned in the Gospel of John, whoever that figure is, he always outshines Peter. Luke's writings tend to, in effect, turn Peter into another Paul. You know, so I think a fair number of the stories in the book of Acts are created out of whole cloth that are about Peter, so to speak. If in fact Peter has this vision in Acts 10 where everybody, you know, the animals are all clean, he certainly it didn't stick with him by the time he got to Antioch. You know, so when I come to the Matthew text, I'm always going to ask, did Jesus really say this? And I don't think he did. I don't think you have Jesus making Peter out to be the first pope.
Well,
I'm sorry, I just had a bit of a technical difficult there.
I don't believe that he made him the first pope. I mean, obviously the pope wasn't born until the Great Schism of 1054 when he declared himself above all the other bishops. But I mean, I think that if we're going to take it as scripture, we have to believe it said that. Or else, then how do we deduce what was actually said and what wasn't? I mean,
what do you mean?
The scripture is not.
What do you mean take it as scripture? Are you arguing for inerrancy or infallibility?
Not per se.
Are you arguing that God wrote the Bible?
No.
Okay. Well, what do you mean take it as scripture?
Not per se. Well, I mean, as inspired, as for our edification, as good, as true, and as pointing to God and His truth as to what happened.
Okay. See, for me, I see two voices very clearly, and a truthful voice. And I see both those voices in Scripture. I think the Apostle Paul makes exactly that argument in the Epistle to the Galatians. There's a blessing voice and a cursing voice. I think you see Jesus in his own hermeneutic cherry-picking his scriptural tradition, going for the blessing voice and not the cursing voice. So for me, I don't have to go to the Bible and make everything fit. All I have to do is discern whether I'm dealing with religion, which is the human voice, the perspective of the persecuting community, or revelation, the perspective of the nonviolent victim. And that's how I read the texts.
Right, and I think the tradition of reading the text in which Jesus had given, and what you speak of how he was cherry-picking, I mean, I wouldn't say he was cherry-picking, but he was teaching in a way, giving spiritual eyes on how to interpret certain texts that had been misinterpreted. And so, I mean, I think it happens a lot here in the West. We read a lot of the Old Testament stuff, the laws, the genocide, all these things, and we think it justifies violence. When in fact we should be looking to understand it in the light of Christ, in which we understand those things to be spiritual, and that when the hyperbole of wiping out an entire nation comes up, we don't understand it as justifying actual genocide, but we understand it as that in our own lives we're to utterly wipe out all sin and evil.
Well, you know, that kind of very nice pietistic reading, I mean, it works for people, but to me that's, you know, that's, and it's a very ancient way to read the biblical text. I mean, you know, you can trace this back through the medieval monastic tradition to the allegorical exegesis of the greats of Alexandria, like Origen and Clement and others.
Mm-hmm.
That's not satisfying to me as a modern person. So,
well, I guess what originally was my question I was going to ask about bringing up that passage in Matthew of with Peter, upon this rock I build my church, mm-hmm. Is that if we set Paul against Peter,
yes,
whom Scripture says is the rock, and we also set him against James, who was Jesus' brother, whom would probably have known him pretty well, and known his teachings pretty well. I think the fundamental question is then, if we set them against one another,
yes,
whose side are we to take? And if it's Paul's, why? You know,
well,
why not go?
That is a brilliant question. That's exactly the perfect question. I mean, Paul, when he writes in Galatians, and he says, "Look, I had to confront Peter face to face in Antioch. These Petrine false teachers, if not Peter himself." We know Peter came to Corinth and created problems. Paul says so in 1 Corinthians, where he talks about the Peter party in Corinth. If Peter's involved in the problems in Galatia, when Paul recounts that story in Antioch, he's wanting the Galatians to take his side, not Peter's side. I mean, that's very clear rhetorically. And I guess.
Oh, so go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know who I'm talking to now. My screen kind of, whoever I was, it's just dark.
Oh, I'm sorry. My camera's a little dark right now. It's me, the host, Eric. There are
Oh,
two
okay.
Erics, so that can be a little confusing. Um,
Okay.
you could tell me because my I actually have a man's voice rather than a girl's voice. But
Okay.
I'm just kidding, Eric. But it seems to me like this really all pivots around how we view Second Peter. I think that all of this, if Second Peter was written by Peter the Apostle, it would vastly change the way that we read these things. But because through your
Yeah.
study, you've arrived at the conclusion that Peter was written by someone, two, maybe even three generations down the road. That kind of it makes it seem as though the Bible's being hijacked, right?
Oh, well, look, the tradition's been hijacked already. The tradition gets hijacked early on. There's
Oh,
no doubt
absolutely.
about that.
Yeah, absolutely. You're gonna get no
You know, I
argument
mean,
from me.
we don't have to wait until the 2nd century for the tradition to get hijacked. It's already been hijacked by the Jerusalemites that are sending people to Antioch that Paul records in Galatians. It's been hijacked by those that Paul calls the super apostles and servants of Satan. It's been in 2 Corinthians 11. It's been hijacked by those in Philippians 3 that Paul calls dogs. I mean, it's already been hijacked in Paul's lifetime.
Yeah.
I think it's important to note, that Paul called it his gospel.
Yes, he uses the words "my gospel" in Romans.
That's a scary thing when you really think about it, because I think a lot of us have either come out of or been into fundamentalism at one point in our lives, and an essential part of that is the authority of Scripture and
Yes.
the idea that it is basically the final standard, that we can argue these things till we're blue in the face, but at the end of the day we have a black and white standard that we can go to.
That everybody takes differently.
But if you take that away, I guess it all depends on how mathematically you view Scripture. But if you take that away, I guess the place where most people are at with that is like, well, then, how do I know that I'm right and you're wrong, or that you're right and I'm wrong? How do we have this concerted faith together when we're 2,000 years removed from the fact of it, the absolute impetus of what started all of this, and we're trying to decipher this? And this comes back to the Protestant doctrine of the perspicuity of Scripture,
which I don't buy.
Okay,
I do not believe Scripture's clear.
Right, and I gather that. The reason why I believe that the doctrine of the perspicuity of Scripture arose is because of verses like God is not the author of confusion, and He's the great Amen, and that if He has a message for man, then it doesn't have to be super esoteric. It doesn't have to be some heady, far off thing that we can't grasp. It should be readily apparent to the common man. I don't know how you feel about that, so I'll give you some time to comment.
When's the last time you read Cicero or Quintilian or Herodotus or Aristophanes? I mean, when's the last time you read how about the Mishnah or the Talmud or First Enoch or the Thanksgiving hymns from the Dead Sea Scrolls? I mean, do you read those?
Yeah, I haven't read First Enoch. I've read Second Enoch, the Ethiopian one.
Was it clear? Was it clear to you when you read it?
You see, that's a double-edged sword, because to me it seemed clear because of my apocalyptic lens. However, if you're just reading it fresh, I'd find myself like the Ethiopian eunuch, scratching my head, being like, what's going on here?
There you go. It's the same thing with any ancient text.
And I agree. All I was going to say is that when you were talking earlier about how we need to understand all of these cultural influences and all of these linguistic influences and things like that, it's like what I echo all the time: context, context, context. And it's not just the textual context; it's the cultural, linguistic context. It's the idiomatic context.
Yes.
It's all those myriad of things. So I appreciate that you're taking that comprehensive approach. I just think that you have a bit of an uphill battle ahead of you, trying to question doctrines that are at the core of so many people's faith.
To me, it's not an uphill battle. To me, it's just fun.
Well, I guess that's a good way of looking at it.
It's the calling Jesus has given me. What can I tell you?
Hey, at least He's given you a challenge worthy of your skills. And I appreciate that.
To me, when I look at Christianity, I only see two types of Christianity. I see sacrificial Christianity, which is basically a good chunk of Western and Eastern Christianity. And I see non-sacrificial Christianity, which you find hither and yon throughout the history of the church all over the place. Protestant, Orthodox, Catholic, Anabaptist, sectarian, I mean, it's everywhere. But we live in a time right now when there's a major shift occurring. People are finally recognizing that the two-faced God, that is the God of all these Calvinist attributes, doesn't exist. That the God who intervenes in space and time and history doesn't exist. We're really reframing our doctrine of God right now in ways that we've just never done before. My concern in all of this, because I'm raised Roman Catholic, and it's still very much a part of me, is to say I need to retain whatever I'm doing and do my work in such a way that at the end of the day, I could stand before, former Pope Benedict, who, as you know, was the watchdog of the Roman Curia when it came to dogma, and have him say, Michael, your doctrine of God is orthodox. If I can do that, I'm comfortable.
I've always rejected any kind of magisterial approach. But
do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I absolutely get what you're saying, and I'm actually right on the same boat with you.
I'm kind of lost as to what you're saying there. Can you dumb it down for me, Michael?
Yeah, what I'm trying to say, Johnny, is it's important for me to be able to have a doctrine of God that I can trace back through to the most important, I think, article written in the history of Christianity, and that's the Nicene Creed. And to be able to say the view of God that I hold is also held by the most important and credible thinkers in the history of the church. So I could defend my view of God and cite Athanasius or Peter Abelard in the 12th century, or even Origen in the early 3rd century, or, that where my view of God is not going to fit is with Calvin.
But if you hold to the Nicene Creed and stuff like that, then you have to naturally believe in a God who intervenes in space and time.
No,
that is
no
the
natural
incarnation.
About it.
That's the incarnation.
Give me one. Well, but the question is when God intervenes in the incarnation, if that's the language you want to use, what do we see? We don't see a God when we look at Jesus. We don't see a Hercules.
The transfiguration of the Mount. No. Keep reading the text. The transfiguration of the Mount, right? Like, they didn't recognize him. There was something different about him in his glorified body, right? Thomas put his hand inside the wounds, right? Like
that's after the resurrection.
Right, but you just asked, what do they see when they see him?
Well, incarnation only goes up to and includes the crucifixion. After that, you're dealing with a whole other reality when it comes to Jesus. It's eschatological at that point. It's not historical. And the Nicene Creed doesn't deal with that. Boy, somebody with the weirdest icon just came on.
It's Jack. He's on early.
Welcome, Jack.
Well, yeah, that's the same question I was going to ask, and I guess you answered the question sort of. For me, it's a subjective matter of degree, whether because I think to each person, it's they can only know that Jesus was God through divine revelation, like God showing them in their hearts that that's who He was. So, I mean,
why did nobody get it during Jesus' lifetime of the disciples? Why didn't they get it?
Because I guess they only got it to the degree that the Spirit revealed it to them within their hearts, I would guess. I mean, that's what it seems like to me. I'm trying to remember when Peter's declaration was. I guess that was Matthew. So I don't know if you would accept that or not. But
well, in Mark, this is interesting, though. In Mark, if you look at the text, it says Jesus takes the guys. It's after the feeding of the 5,000. at the end of that narrative, at least according to the writer of the fourth Gospel's narrating of it, the crowd wants to make Jesus king.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if they do that, now it's at that point Jesus knows he's doomed.
Mm-hmm.
Because Israel already has a king, Herod.
Yeah.
So he takes his followers, they go out into Gentile territory, and he says, who do you guys say I am? Who do the people say I am?
Mm-hmm.
And they start giving him answers. Some say you're this, some say you're that, Jeremiah, Isaiah, John the Baptist raised from the dead, And Peter goes, I know who you are. You're the Messiah. And Jesus goes, shut up. He says, you essentially don't know what you're talking about. And Peter has to take him aside and rebuke Jesus. Where'd you go to seminary, rabbi school, Jesus? You're a friggin' liberal. What are you talking about? And now for the first time, Jesus starts talking about the Son of Man dying, the true human dying. He hasn't done this before, but now he has to, because he recognizes that once he goes back into the Holy Land from Gentile territory, he's going to be on the target list of Herod and the Pharisees and everybody else, because the rumors are going to get out. We have a king.
Mm-hmm.
Simon Peter expects Jesus to be a militant, violent deliverer like the Melchizedek figure of Qumran, like you see in the apocalyptic literature of Second Temple Judaism. This is what Peter expects, and the followers of Jesus expect that too. They expect Jesus to be this violent figure, and he's not that at all, because he's revealing who the Father is. The Father is nonviolent, and therefore so is the Son.
Mm-hmm.
But Peter doesn't get it. James and John don't get it. Earlier in Luke's Gospel, in chapter 9, they want to rain fire and brimstone down on some village and be like Elijah. Ooh, Jesus, let us do this. And he goes, man, you don't know what manner of spirit you are.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in other words, the Galileans got Jesus all wrong during his ministry. The Gospels are very clear on that. They didn't get him. I would even argue that the historical Jesus didn't do a very good job of leadership selection. That's what I would say. But that's topic for another day.
Can you repeat that phrase?
Yeah, I said Jesus did a lousy job of leadership selection. He's got one guy's going to betray him, one that's going to try and start a holy war. He's got another zealot in the group. The Gospels record that nobody gets him except the Judean group, who seems to be Jesus' favorite people to hang out with, but not the Galileans. And it's the Galileans who end up taking over starting at least, or taking over, in fact, the Jerusalem church.
Do you believe that Jesus is God?
I believe he's the Son of the Father. God is a noun that doesn't mean anything. God is just 3 letters. It's the word dog backwards. It doesn't mean anything. You can load it with any baggage you want. But I believe Jesus is the Son of the Father.
Well, I mean, are you?
Or in the words of the Creed, true God of true God, light of light,
Well, I mean, like the perfect expression of the Father.
Absolutely. That's Hebrews 1:1 through 3.
Okay, well, it just seems strange to say that he did a lousy job picking leadership. Maybe.
Why? He's human. He's fully human. Jesus doesn't walk the planet. Ooh, I've got God's mind. Ooh, I can think all things. Ooh, I know all things. I don't need to go to school. I'm super smart. I'm Jesus. If that was Jesus, then he couldn't save you, because he wouldn't have been like you.
Here's where I'd like to jump in, and I definitely agree with the premise of what you're saying. Jesus did not access any of his divine attributes in an actionable way.
Said like an 18th century Protestant.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that he can't act as God and still have all the limitations of humanity. He can't be counted to have all of the temptations that we have if he can just simply snap his fingers and escape from it. I mean, I'm sure that's a logistical possibility, but it's certainly in conflict with his plan, and thus he took all of his cues, all of his leadership from the Holy Spirit, which I would assert he followed perfectly. That he heard.
Yeah, I have no problem with that, except I'm not going to say that Jesus never made mistakes.
Would you call that sin?
No, I didn't. No, if you make a mistake, is it a sin? If you type the wrong letter in a computer, is it a mistake or a sin?
You get into a really deep theological distinction there. I would say that as far as the sense that you mean it, I would say that Jesus, it wouldn't surprise me if he needed to be spanked as a child to learn
Well,
obedience, because it does say that he did learn submission.
yeah, I won't go there, but
I'm not saying that he
because
was.
then you're talking about Mary's parenting skills.
All I'm saying is that it wouldn't bother me to know that he had to be corrected as a child. That to me does not at all do violence.
Well, we do see that when he goes to the temple to teach at age 12, that he disappeared and his mother kind of scolded him a bit.
You have that. And again, Jesus is not the only one of whom it's recorded that he's a bit of a child prodigy. I mean, look at Mozart. I mean, you have other figures in Second Temple Judaism that at bar mitzvah time were just as bright as Jesus.
So, how about you give us like your fullest doctrine of who the person of Jesus is from what you read in Scripture? To you, how would you most accurately describe him to avoid any and all misunderstandings?
Jesus is the true human who is the absolute perfect revelation of the character of the Father.
So you don't think that he existed eternally?
I'm sorry, that just broke all up. I don't think Jesus. Did you say you don't think Jesus is eternal?
Yeah. Would you say that Jesus is a part? Maybe Jesus, God the Son. Are you Trinitarian? Maybe that would be another way to say it.
How many times have I told you I'm a Nicene Creed guy?
Okay, sorry.
I'm Trinitarian.
So you hold to the hypostatic union?
I'm sorry?
You hold to the hypostatic union?
Of course.
It just gets confusing because it seems like a lot of your terms are couched in an avoidance of the premier deification and how we uphold Christ as being the pinnacle to everything.
I think part of the problem here is that you're all still stuck in metaphysics. You're stuck in Plato. You're all using Plato's language.
Well, I think you hit the nail right on the head there, though. I'm not sure if I'd see that necessarily as a problem.
Oh, I see it as a big problem because Plato's a dualist.
Really? Justin, you want to talk about that?
Plato does seem like a bit of a dualist. That's why I think that the sort of the parallels to Neoplatonism. Neoplatonism seems more monist. That's kind of a loose kind of parallel to Neoplatonism.
Are you referring, when you say Neoplatonist, which writers would you be referring to? Plotinus?
Well, just the general philosophy, I guess.
But when does Neoplatonism arise?
Huh?
Well, defining Neoplatonism is a lot like trying to define modern day Christianity. Anything, there's so many different branches, and that's why it gets difficult to talk about the origins of it.
Okay, let me make this as simple as I can. Jesus is the true human. That's the whole point of the New Testament. That real divinity, what real divinity looks like real humanity.
Mm-hmm.
That's the point of the New Testament. In the language of Platonism, the problem we're stuck with, and this is for me in the books I've written, the articles I've written, the thing I'm trying to do, what Christians do, what the early church did, was they said, we understand what this thing God is. They had a doctrine of God. Everybody had a doctrine of the gods, or what the gods would be like. And then the early Christians tried to fit Jesus into their doctrine of God. That's the exact opposite of what you see people like Paul doing, or the writer of the fourth gospel, or the writer to the Hebrews. Whereas the early church, the modern evangelical, anybody that's involved in Platonic metaphysics, they're going, is Jesus like God? That's the question they're asking. And I'm saying that's the wrong question. The New Testament flips it and says, the real question you need to answer is God like Jesus?
Mm-hmm. I agree with that. I agree with that perspective.
Once you flip that, then you have a whole new epistemological model that you're using. It's a paradigm shift.
See, I don't completely disagree with you, but
That's good.
well, okay. So I would completely agree in that Christ is the what it means to be truly human. He is the perfect revelation of humanity because he is the perfect revelation of the Father, of who God is.
What was Jesus' favorite way of referring to himself?
The Son of Man. Which
means what?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess for me, you said earlier that divinity looks like true humanity.
Yes.
And I don't completely disagree with that, but I take mild issue. This is probably just more semantics than anything, but I would flip it. I would say true humanity looks like divinity.
But you're only going to get that after the resurrection. You can only make that assertion after the resurrection.
No,
before the resurrection.
Right, like we are the icons. We are the image bearers, but he is the actual ground of being. We are made in his image, and so true humanity, when we grow into that image, when we grow into that likeness, when we have theosis, humanity and becoming true humanity, like in C.S. Lewis's The Great Divorce, ascending the mountain and becoming more and more real, we are becoming more like divinity.
Absolutely. So no disagreement there.
No, I'm just... But
where you start is important.
Yeah.
Where you start is really important. In Philippians 2, for example, the great hymn, the early Christian hymn, chapter 2, 5 through 11, who, being in the very form of God, did not consider equality with God to consist in the act of grasping, harpagmos, but emptied himself, became a human, took the form of a servant, died a cross death, a criminal's death, a horrid death. Therefore God highly exalted and gave him the unpronounceable name, the letters YHWH. Now you tell me, what does it mean when the early Christians are singing a song about a human being that gets raised from the dead, seated at the right hand of majesty, and the Father turns to that human being and says, my name is YHWH, the unpronounceable name. But now you, Jesus of Nazareth, you've perfectly modeled me. I'm giving you my name. Did Jesus have the name before? Why does God have to give Jesus the unpronounceable name? Or the Father? You see, what I'm trying to ask you to do is enter into the minds of what it means to be a Jew in the first century and think through what it means that this human being was perfectly representative, the perfect agent, the perfect ambassador, the likeness and image of the one that he called Papa.
It's a difficult thing to engage, really, because it seems as though there's a deeper truth here that defies words. You get what I'm saying? How it seems as though the language, we're struggling to use language to grasp something that, well, kind of seems like it may be a bit beyond language.
And so what I'm saying is, if you're going to enter the 21st century, you've got to let go of the Platonic metaphysics. That stuff has been dead and buried for at least 30 years.
Well, here's the cool thing. That's actually the topic of the second half of the show. Idealism.
Oh gosh, I don't even know if I want to get into this right now, but
do it.
Yeah, maybe that should just be safe for the second half, because I'm not. Do you mean in philosophy, professional philosophy circles, that's been dead and buried, or?
Well, let me put it this way. When you look at the fact that the entire history of the Western tradition in philosophy begins with Plato and the problem of dualism, the difference that ultimately in Kant becomes the difference between the noumenal and the phenomenal. Or you get to the 20th century and we're no longer able to talk about being as such. We now have to talk about language, and so we have Ferdinand de Saussure's split between langue and parole. We have Heidegger absolutely crucifying the concept of being in relation to time. And then you get to Jacques Derrida, who nails all the coffin lids shut. That's the end of philosophy as we know it.
I think you're going to
because language, because in deconstruction, language has no external referent. It only plays within itself.
Yeah, I would kind of tend to agree with that. And Justin and I have had discussions about how the difference between truth and understanding, and how there's a certain element of the truth that is actually unknowable, unsearchable, but that we can, draw a finer and finer radius around that truth, and kind of narrow down on it.
That's why I'm saying, look, you guys, the beauty of what you're all doing here, and this to me is the really impressive thing, and it's what impresses me about Johnny Ray when I sit down with him. It's what impresses me about what you're all doing. You're all wrestling with this stuff. I don't expect you to have the answers any more than you can expect me to have the answers. But what makes me smile ear to ear is to watch you guys really wrestle with this. Because you're not allowed to do that in the church.
Well, that's kind of been the whole founding premise of this little community that we have. I mean, I want to just call it a show, but it's David rightly called it that the other day. We have a community where we're some people that are actually not afraid to ask the tough questions.
I love it. I love it. It's
beautiful.
beautiful.
Under us,
Yeah. You know what you all want to do? You all want to read this book together.
The Hermeneutic Doctrine.
Yep, this is the book you want to read together.
By Anthony C. What's that? Thistleton. That'll definitely be on the reading list.
I'm telling you, if you guys work through this book together, when you come out the other side, you'll not only be changed and transformed, you'll be pumped.
I know it's a huge thing for you to drop in and spend 2 hours of your time with us, but I think it would be really beneficial if you could type up something with all of your references, the books that you're talking about, and various different things to put people in the right direction. And we'll post that up on both the community page and the event page for this. So
well, let me tell you, it's already been done. It's my book, The Jesus-Driven Life. It has 40 pages of endnotes. It's got a bibliography. I mean, I'm sitting here surrounded by about 6,000 books right now. So
you and Justin have a lot in common.
I don't read as much as I collect right at this point, but
well, but reading is fun.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at the stack behind you there, and I'm just like totally impressed, and very, very, yes.
There's a bunch back in the shed too. So
yeah, that's great. So let me honor you guys. What's that?
I said, how did you get to the point of reading a book a day? That's not the first time I've heard that. And I like to read too when I can put aside the ADD.
I checked out a speed reading book from the library once, but I had to return it before I was able to finish.
I just love to read. I didn't have any other hobbies, so I read, And the sad thing is, when I was a young father, I was reading a book a day, so I missed out on my 3 daughters' childhoods.
Yeah.
And so it's not all of it's a good thing to read a book a day when you have a family. It's important.
I just find myself being a really slow reader. Maybe it's because I can't I don't know.
I call you a careful reader. You're a careful reader.
Yeah. I think so much.
Your questions are very carefully framed. We need people that think like you, Eric, because you're very thoughtful. You've worked it through. You've processed it. Your questions are very thoughtful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just want to make a quick note for anyone who has, because we got a full up chat really quick, and
I know.
there was actually 4 or 5 people trying to get in who couldn't get in. I'm pretty impressed with that. So if any of you have any friends who don't want to talk and just want to watch, I posted the YouTube link for the live stream. They can watch all this in progress, and of course they can check it out after the show's done and it's recorded and all of that stuff.
Is there a max amount of people allowed in, Eric?
Yeah, I guess it's like 10 or something. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I think 10's the max amount.
David made room because he had 2 accounts. You had 2 accounts, so.
Yeah, Michelle mentioned something to me. That's why I killed my other account. I only have that one so I can step out for a cigarette, but really all I got to do is tell you to handle it, and I can go and take a 5-minute break. I mean, a real show would have breaks every 15 minutes, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
We're here.
Yeah.
Now, are you wanting me to hang around for the next hour? Or do you have another guest?
Our next guest is actually sitting right with us. It's Jack Sinclair. I mean, if you're done with what you're discussing, if no one else wants to interact with it, that's one thing. I think that we could have a lot more conversation here.
You have to be penciled in until 11, Michael, but it's up to you.
Yeah. I'll do my best. Remember, I told you my bedtime's 8:30. It is.
I very much appreciate your sacrifice.
No worries. I'll send you a bill.
Sleep in tomorrow.
It's just unfortunate that David's at work right now and he can't interact with us more because he's one of the first of an Anabaptist-like tradition that I've encountered, and he's seriously impressed me with his depth of thought, his views of existentialism, and how he approaches theology and things. In fact, he's influenced a lot of where my thoughts have gone lately, and I think that you and him would have a lot of really deep discussion. Because
we'll do that another day.
I second that. I mean, anytime like David speaks, I'm like, okay, all ears, I'm in. It's always just really rich and deep.
I do want to say, if you have time, like, maybe not every Sunday, because not even I have time for every Sunday, but maybe once a month or something like that, whenever you have time, you can hop in and chit-chat with us and liven up the conversation.
Well, if I'm awake.
Or we could pick another time for you and David to discuss. Or
it's always best to schedule it because I truly am crazy busy.
Yeah.
This is the next stage. This is the next stage in the show. We've been going about a month and a half now. We have 6, 7 shows down. Most of them are between 5 and 7 hours. We're crazy like that. And I think what I've been seeing is the need to have more shows that are scheduled at odd times that are more convenient for the particular people being involved. Like, for instance, if we're going to have a discussion based on a book of yours, well, then we should kind of tailor ourselves to your schedule and try to figure out how we can get people in here at that time.
Well, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. I'd keep one time slot. So because in a sense you're branding yourselves that way.
Oh, yeah. We're the Sunday night thing's a steady thing. I'm just saying adding shows.
Right. Okay. Yeah, you can do that. Now you're in conflict with another very popular podcast by the New Covenant group at 9 o'clock on Sunday nights.
Oh, geez, New Covenant theology.
No. It's the New Covenant group. They're a group of atheists and theists that dialogue together.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What is it good?
I've been on it 4, 5, 6 times. I have a fun time every time I go on.
Oh, cool. I'll have to check it out. I assume they upload it to YouTube afterwards, right?
Yeah, newcovenantgroup.com.
Oh, definitely. I'll check it out. That's pretty cool. We have resident atheists. We have one right now, Haley. Say hi, Haley. Can you hear me? She's
which avatar is Haley?
She's the one that says God's dead.
All right.
I was feeling facetious that day.
Oh, that's Haley.
Doesn't it say God's not dead? Doesn't it say not in red?
Yes, I was feeling very facetious. I was at the bookstore and I thought my friends would get a laugh out of it.
Yeah,
they know Haley is God thinks God's dead.
Well, see, this is the beauty of the crucifixion. At the cross, all God concepts die. If we don't get that as Christians, if we don't realize there's no Deus Ex Machina, there's no Superman God, there's no hero going to rescue and save the day. God concepts die at the cross, and if they don't die there, They certainly died at the gates of Auschwitz.
So what do you think of open theism?
Well, I'm friends with Greg Boyd, and I'm okay with it, just as I'm okay with parts of process theology. You know, I don't because for me, God. The problem with the way we frame God is we frame it in terms of the word being, and I much prefer the language of action, or I would use the verb becoming. Or as Karl Barth would put it, God's being is in becoming. God's being is revealed in God's acts.
So there's two things here. So you would deny an eternal, unchanging state, and it seems like you would also deny the immutability of God.
Absolutely. Definitely the immutability.
That by definition would make you an open theist, wouldn't it?
More or less. More or less. What I don't see changing, what the problem with the language of immutability here is if it's being framed within Protestant Orthodox categories, I absolutely deny the immutability of God. But if it's being framed in terms of God's willing to undergo the human process, I'm comfortable with that. That's how I understand God's mutability. God gives up being God. I mean, the whole point of the opening Genesis narrative of the Bible, which is in contrast to the Babylonian myth of the Enuma Elish, is that God is nonviolent and gives all authority to human beings. The incarnation, the Word became flesh. God is a human being. Jesus lives this human life. His favorite designation is the true human. That's what Hoios tu anthropou is referred to, the true human, or Paul will call Jesus the true Adam, the true human being. God gives up all authority to human beings. When Jesus says, all authority has been given to me, we need to understand that all authority has been given to a human being.
Yes, absolutely. I agree with you there.
We humans have all authority.
But if we have all authority, why do we need God?
We don't.
Okay.
We don't need God.
I had a minor point. I think that's a better point. You guys run with that.
Can you flesh that out a little bit?
Yes. The problem with this whole business that goes with kind of this pietistic, oh, I need God, I need God. We turn God into a commodity at that point, a drug. You know, I need a little God today. I think I'm going to go to church. I need a little God. I think I'm going to pray. I need a little God. I'm going to do some devotional Bible study. God is a thing at that point.
Mm-hmm.
You know? I mean, if I'm going to my wife all the time going, take your clothes off, honey. Take your clothes off, honey. Take your clothes off, honey. She's going to think I only want her for sex, right? It's absurd. It's just retarded. Didn't say that. Politically incorrect.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, God is not a thing.
Okay, I thought someone was trying to jump in here. I would say
that's why I like your hat and the irony of your hat.
I think really the.
I like this guy. Why don't we have him on more often?
Yeah,
because I'm usually in bed.
He likes Joel Osteen.
You like him because he likes your hat, Haley.
So this is why I was kind of drawing that distinction earlier when I had mentioned that.
Oh wait, he smokes tape.
Pointing out that to be human is to be made in the image of God, so that we don't wind up almost here, because I very much do need God, right? And in the sense that apart from Him, I don't even exist, right? My existence ceases the moment that I am apart from God.
Eric, is there any apart from God, though? Except in our minds?
Sure.
Exactly.
Is there an apart from God, though? Seriously.
Yeah.
Besides in our minds? Because we, the way that Paul puts it, we were enemies in our minds. Or, separated in our minds. But, there is no separation. And I think, that's what Jesus taught us.
Before we get too far, I'm really stuck on the we don't need God thing. because that's a big thing for me. Because for myself, I've been a rather drastic failure in many areas of my life, and spent a lot of effort in resisting God, and He conquered me, and I'm grateful for that conquering. And it was a really it was a violent conquering. I endured a lot of hardship that were almost kind of crazy inspired, like things shouldn't have happened the way that they did, and it brought me, I believe, to exactly where I needed to be. And I'm just trying to grapple in my mind how I could possibly have any kind of meaningful existence without recognizing my need for my Creator to continually be involved in every aspect of my life.
Okay, I saw somebody said they had a few interjections. The gentleman in the pretty cool looking hat, with the other guy with the hat.
Can you hear my mic?
I can.
Yeah.
All right. All right, there are two primary things I'm thinking about. The first is a question. You mentioned language a lot earlier, so I was wondering if you were familiar and if you had any thoughts on somebody that I've been interested in for a while now. His name is Eugene Rosenstock-Huessy.
Yeah, I'm familiar with who he is, but I've never read his work.
All right, he's I think he's most famous for a book called I Am an Impure Thinker, and he considers himself an advocate of post-Nietzschean theology. To be a good Christian after the death of God, after the absence of the, as you said previously, the concept of the God who intervenes and makes personal decisions on behalf of this and that. And I was just wondering if you had any comments on him.
I like I said, I haven't read his work. My reading of in the philosophical tradition is only going to really include in the 20th century Wittgenstein, Ricoeur, Derrida, Heidegger. Just trying to think if there's any other 20th century theologians or philosophers. Well, I mean, someone like Simone Weil. But yeah, no, I don't tend to read the students of the philosophers.
Hey, Michael's a big fan of Simone Weil. Not Michael, David. David's a big fan of Simone Weil, just so you know.
Who's David?
Me!
Oh, hey!
He's the Anabaptist. He's our resident Anabaptist.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I heard
Simone Weil is wonderful. Yeah.
All right.
All right, here's Simone Weil. This is a copy of Awaiting God that I had rebound recently. You might appreciate that.
Very nice. Yeah, my Simone Weil's on the other side of the room.
I've got my bookshelf way up here.
You guys make me want to start reading again.
My the very first journal article I ever published, the first thing I ever published professionally was an article on Søren Kierkegaard, and that was in the Scottish Journal of Theology.
Yeah, I've got Kierkegaard up here too.
Yeah.
Kierkegaard.
Well, do you have training in Christianity?
Yep, right here.
Check you out, man.
Right here.
Great book. How about Unfinished Scientific Postscript?
Not on this shelf.
This is crazy.
I'm at the office right now. This is my office bookshelf.
We're doing bibliophile sword rattling right now.
Where were we?
So the gentleman in the cool-looking hat with the glasses had another question.
That's you, Jack. Mr. Sinclair?
I think he might be frozen.
Yeah, I think
his picture.
That I've had.
Oh, there he goes.
There you go. Now, what were you saying, Richard? Or Richard Jack? I love the name. He chose Richard Head for his Google Plus name.
All right. There's another thing that I've been interested in before, and it's a development on Freudian psychoanalysis called transactional analysis.
Yes, TA, yes.
And the gist of TA is that the voices in your head, you know, the angel and devil on your shoulder, what Freud called the id, ego, superego, etc., these regulatory functions in your psyche are actually the voices of real people.
Yes.
So,
and there's been some interesting empirical evidence. There was a criminologist, Lonnie. Oh, what's his last name? He went into prisons and interviewed the violent serial killer types. And then there was a fella that took his work and kind of dumbed it down for people like me. But Lonnie Ahrens essentially said that we have phantom communities in our head. Now, the thing that's interesting about the concept of a phantom community in our head is that these voices are real. They come from our real world life experience, our parents, teachers, friends, aunts, uncles, grandparents, neighbors, whatever. They're real voices. And they do function as a community. What's intriguing about that concept is when you look at the shift from faculty psychology in the 19th century to relational psychology in the 20th century, and we see this in like a systems theory approach where we no longer treat the patient, we treat the family. And you ask what René Girard asked, if we are interdivisible, we're not individuals. There's no such thing as you, Jack, or me. There is only the Michael-Jack relationship. That's real. And we carry these voices in our head. And you're exactly right. But the problem is when that community in our head agrees against us, that is the I that we know as I, and creates the schism in the self, then there's serious problems.
Would anyone like to bring Jung into the equation here?
Well, Jung, you see Jung moving in the same direction of this relational concept with his notion of the collective unconscious.
I would personally definitely go more with Jung because personally I really don't have much respect for Sigmund Freud. I think the guy had a lot of intelligence but not a lot of wisdom, and I think that Carl Jung really touched upon, it's almost a hermetic theology. It's almost like a theory of everything from him, and I think the guy went so far in his understanding of the human psyche, which takes me back to, what the next part of our show is going to be about, is idealism. If truly our reality arises from our minds, it makes perfect sense how Carl Jung finds the contiguity between all minds and some sort of interface, some sort of overlap, yet at the same time the distinction that comes between discrete properties. You get where I'm going?
Well, again, you're as Jung will do. Jung is basically a Gnostic, but you're still stuck in a dualism. You're trying to bridge the gap.
I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I think that that matter can only be seen as a separate substance if you see it as an illusion, as something that arises from, say, the ones and zeros on a hard drive as interpreted by a computer. They form these pictures on our computer and they carry our sound, they play our music, but you look at the raw data, it looks nothing like it. You look at the hardware, it looks nothing like it. In fact, you could have all of this without matter altogether, just be pure thought. And that's the appeal of that to me, is I can prove that thought exists. I can't prove that matter exists.
Well, that's very Cartesian. I think, therefore I am. I think if we're going to enter in the 21st century, because thinking has been shown to be A, self-deceptive, and B, if Derrida is correct, completely unrelated to reality. For me, I think in the 21st century we need a new way of framing our epistemology, and so I would put it this way. I relate, therefore I am.
That actually works well with, oh man, the name escapes me right now. But ontic structural reality, I think this was, basically everything is a relation.
Everything is relation.
And that's true. You have to look at the Trinity of relations.
That's exactly right.
Agree with that, yeah.
And the Orthodox theology would say that there's distinct persons insofar, or what distinguishes them is their relationship.
That's that Athanasius, and on the incarnation of the Word. That's exactly right.
So I'm totally with you there. But there's a lot of implications of that.
Yes, there are.
That's the thing. What gives me pause for thought is I'm really sensitive to the implications, and the implications are more sweeping than Galileo. Okay, it's more sweeping than the heliocentric view of the Earth. It's more
Absolutely, it is. We live in the most incredible time right now. If there was ever a time to be alive intellectually as a human being, right now is the funnest time.
Oh, I agree with you a lot. I have both a concern and an exhilaration, and I'll start with the exhilaration. The exhilaration is knowing that God's got it, is that everything's perfect, that everything's exactly how it needs to be, and I just trust in that, and I'm cool with that. And seeing things go the way they are shows me that He's moving and doing great things. The scary part, however, is the idea that we're dangling over this abyss of ignorance, that the ground that we thought upon which we stood has really been an illusion all along, and we're left starting at zero once again.
No, see, I wouldn't want to do that. Here's the thing. We can't throw the past out. The past is part of the human learning curve. So just for example, I don't think like a 6th grader anymore. But when I was in 6th grade, I thought very differently than when I was in 1st grade, right? And each of those stages was important in my development. The same thing's true in the human race. For example, I don't have a problem with Plato or the early church's attempt to turn the gospel into Greek philosophy, because that's had a huge impact on the way we have learned to become humans. It's had a huge impact on our ability to do science. We wouldn't be able to do science without that mix of gospel and Greek philosophy. But that doesn't mean that I have to remain there. So for me, one of the problems of modern Christianity is it's still asking 18th century questions, 17th century questions. Most Protestants that I know are about 300-400 years behind where the church needs to be.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
That way for a long time.
Yeah, so Richard, or is it Richard or Jack that said he's going to follow up?
It's his joke. He's calling himself a kid.
Yeah, I had a knock on my door, so I had to be right back. But the direction I was headed with the transactional analysis question, interjection, was that I get the impression, and I think this is reflected in the language that's used, that there is a projection of one's own or the idealized version of a father figure upon what it is that we call God. Hence God the Father, and God saves with authority, God who creates the laws of the universe, the Father who lays down the laws. I get the impression that all of these things are a reflection of a basic experience of a stern father figure.
Yeah, you're exactly right. In Christianity, that's exactly what happened. That's why I say we need to redefine the Father, and that's what Jesus does. I mean, the interesting thing about Jesus is he uses the Abba language, which is masculine language, but almost all of the metaphors that Jesus uses with regard to God are feminine. The Father's nurturing, the Father's caring, the Father's loving,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's...
And like you had said earlier,
Jesus talks about how he longed to hide Jerusalem under, like a hen.
Like a hen would gather his chicks. Yep. All right, so Justin or Johnny, somebody's grabbing a smoke.
That's me. I'll be right back. See, that's the thing is, I don't have the luxury as the host that the rest of you guys do. So I'm trying to, get them to hold the fort down while I go have a moment.
You go have your moment, my friend.
I'll be back very shortly. And by the way, I just want to mention this has been a very, very interesting conversation, and I think that we would very much like to have you back on the show sometime in the very near future after this.
Well, we sure got off Romans and Paul quick, didn't we?
Hey, I like it when a guy can
I'd like to get back into that. We still have, like if you're still good for it, I'd like to get into that a bit more, because we kind of went on a rabbit trail with the whole Peter being against Paul and Paul being against Peter thing, and we just kind of went off from there. So is there a way for you to bridge all these thoughts and bring us back into that, Michael?
Yes. If the gospel of God, if the work that God has done in the figure of Jesus of Nazareth is not for everybody, then it's not for anybody. That's Paul's argument. Paul is an inclusive universalist.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
He's not a cheap universalist. A cheap universalist says, "Oh, it doesn't matter how you live your life. When you die, everybody goes to heaven, and we all live happily ever after." That's cheap universalism. For Paul, universalism is costly. It cost God God's own life to redeem the universe. And that's why the Colossians hymn in chapter 1, 15-20 says, all things, whether on heaven or on earth, that is, all the cosmos, the entire created reality, was redeemed. From the oak tree to the fox to the quasar to the black hole to you and to me. It's a costly universalism, which is very different than the cheap universalism you see out there in hyper-liberal Christianity.
Unitarian theology and whatnot.
Whatever, yeah. I'm not pointing fingers. The thing I'm trying to emphasize here is that's fundamentally different than what makes it fundamentally different than cheap universalism is that God, a non-violent God, a non-retributive God, a non-sacrificial God, that has grounded, is originated from, and structures itself and maintains itself on the generative mimetic scapegoating mechanism. We need the us-them distinctions. We need the enemy-other. God enters into this world as this non-violence, and what does violence do with non-violence? He came unto his own, and his own rejected him. And that's not just a reference to Judaism. It's a reference to the entire human species. Because the last thing we want to do as a species is to follow the path of nonviolence and love. Now, every Christian I know out there fights this. Well, I'll be nice up to a point, but if you attack my wife, well, I'm going to go all Terminator on you. We are unwilling to carry our cross all the way to death. We're just unwilling to do it. Modern Christianity, in this sense, has become Antichrist. Modern Christianity, which justifies violence, which justifies us-them distinctions, which justifies marginalizing, ostracizing, scapegoating, or killing others, is Antichrist Christianity. And it manifests itself in patriotism. You saw what I did on Facebook by juxtaposing these pictures of these Baptist church American altars and flags with the Nazi churches. I mean, we are sick as a religion. Christianity needs to die so that the gospel can be set free for the human species.
Wow. Who we got? Justin, all right.
Of course, I just come back in as I'm hearing applause, so I'm like, don't worry. I'll catch it on the recap.
You missed quite a bit there, bud.
All right. Like I said, I'll catch it on the recap. I always review these shows after they're recorded, and this is definitely something. I gotta say, I know you want to be called Michael, but I have a tendency to show respect, and I keep wanting to call you Mr. Hardin because I do have a lot of respect for you, and I'm not sure whether I agree with you or not. I do know it runs contrary to a lot of thought that is really codified in my mind.
Well, nobody made me Pope, so
No,
you don't
no,
have to agree with me.
No. That's what I'm saying. Is it's good to have someone who's okay with agreeing to disagree. You know, it's good to have people who.
I'm married for 38 years. I have learned to agree to disagree.
Nice.
It's important to agree to disagree. It's important.
There you go, and that's maturity right there. So I like I said before, I went out. This has been a really great conversation. Can someone give me a clue of where we're at so I know I have something to say, or should I just let you guys go with it?
Can you summarize that, Michael? Oh, that's it. You got it.
There we go. Like I said, you guys can just continue. I'll jump in. I'll find my place. Right, go ahead.
All right, before we get into other stuff, I need to ask you about your pipe.
The damn pipe. She's going to talk about the pipe. I know she's going to talk about the pipe.
This is an e-pipe, like an e-cigarette. So it's it's got the little liquid thing in it, and I put it in, and it's got the battery in it, and this way I can sit and smoke it in my house without stinking up the joint.
Oh, that's a good idea. Do you smoke any non-e-pipes?
From time to time, I enjoy a good cigar.
I have to show you this.
You showed her yours, so now she's gonna have to show you hers.
This is my great-grandfather's meerschaum pipe. It's a.
Oh, nice. Let's see.
It's a I don't know, like a musketeer or something.
Oh yeah, that's a beauty, eh? Look at that.
This is my newest one. It's a free pipe.
Oh, I see.
What are those made of? Are they glass or porcelain or what?
Oh, this is briarwood.
Yeah, they're briarwood. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And of course, my Sherlock Holmes pipe.
My wife's watching here in the background. She loves that. That's great.
You may have just found an inroad to the unimpeachable atheist.
Oh yeah, you smoke a pipe, more cool.
See, now if Jesus had just smoked a pipe in the Bible, I think that would solve everything for Haley.
Wait, where's my bong?
A bong! Oh my goodness! That's awesome. I'm just sorry. I'm just gonna shut up.
Rabbit tail.
Shut up, Haley.
Thank you for humoring me.
It's a pleasure.
Both amusing and humoring at the same time. So, I guess the big sticking point, I think, for most Christians these days is they want to know where to look.
Who does?
They want to know upon what they can depend. They want to know what's solid, what's real, how they can know this. And I guess
then what you're dealing with is the problem of modernity. The real problem of modernity is the quest for certainty. That was Descartes. But we have moved beyond that into postmodernity. Postmodernity is not about certainty, but about confidence.
And do you think that would reflect the first century mindset?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So they were less concerned with certainty, you would say, and they were more concerned with what?
You know the word pistis in Greek, we translate as faith?
Mm-hmm. Trust.
Trust. That's the best way to translate it in the Pauline writings.
Yeah, I totally get that. Absolutely.
Or pistis Christou, the faithfulness of Jesus, or faithfulness of Christ.
And yeah, that really does come down to trusting. Oh, sorry, who's talking now?
Well, it's just old little old Johnny.
Oh, okay, go ahead, John.
So trust is akin to confidence, being sure. Is that basically what you're getting at?
Yeah, look. Can you know anything? Or is in fact all knowledge power-laden, or language power-laden, as Michel Foucault argues? Is there any connection between the noumenal and the phenomenal, as Kant tried to argue?
Can I speak to that?
Yeah.
I would like to say that we have a misdefinition of what it is to know something. I like how the Bible talks about the union between married couples as the husband knowing the wife, and I think to know something is actually to make it a part of you, to become one with it.
To
And
relate.
again,
To relate.
yeah,
It's about relationship.
to relate, but in a very special way. It's not an object-subject relationship. It's more of, this is how you're in me, this is how I'm in you, this is how
It's
we
a
overlap.
subject-subject relationship, isn't it?
Yes.
And
yes,
that
it's
is
almost
not
like a Venn
Descartes.
diagram in a way.
Yes, and it's not Descartes, and it's not modernity.
Oh, I would definitely say that Descartes is very incomplete, and he set out purposely to be incomplete.
Yeah, there you go, Martin Buber, Jack. Nicely done.
Descartes definitely set out to be incomplete because he wanted to strip himself of everything that he thought he knew, and discover some form of certainty. And he went beyond cogito ergo sum. I think that a lot of the ways that we approach his approach, the Cartesian approach, is wrong-headed in that we're looking, as Kant so eloquently criticized, for pure reason. And of course, you can't have pure reason without some kind of subject-object distinction. You cannot have reason without experience, because that becomes a nonsense proposition at that point. However, what you can have, and this is where the doctrine of the Trinity really speaks to me, you can have co-eternal relationship. You can have co-eternal knowing of one another, where you have three individual personalities, three individual persons with one substance, and you see that fleshed out in it. Excuse me, in the eternal state. When you take it to
I'm not sure I'm going to follow you there, because that's only Western language. The East never uses the term persona in its doctrine of the Trinity. It prefers the Greek term hypostasis.
Yeah.
Eric actually has an immanent concept of Trinitarianism he's arguing here, Jack. He hasn't even moved into the relationship between the immanent and the economic Trinity.
Well, those are considerations as well. However, I think that by taking a high-minded esoteric approach, sometimes we can miss those very common experiential aspects to it.
Which is why I think we've always got to get back to the historical Jesus, the human. When we talk about God in the West, we've done it so abstractly. And the burden of my work is to tell Christians, stop talking about God in the abstract. Look at the human Jesus of Nazareth. It's very specific. His life is very... too much in this. The particular takes precedence over the general.
It almost sounds like...
it makes me a nominalist, doesn't it?
I don't know if I'd say that. I think that you're more comprehensive than you let on. Though, no, I lost that thought. But yeah, nominalism is one thing, reductionism is another, and I think that what you're doing is honestly trying to delve to the core of what you can experience rather than what you can know. Am I even close?
Yeah, perhaps. You know the fourfold Wesleyan quadrilateral? Oh, hang on a second. I'm reading something. I got to walk from the Christians become religion. Put that quote back up, Jack. I was only halfway through it.
Oh, I got that there. I got it all here. Where do I start?
Okay, so I want to suggest
Christianity become a religion about Jesus rather than a religion of Jesus.
Yes, I agree with that, definitely.
But I think you already see that in the Apostle Paul, that shift.
Well, yeah, because he was very unarguably. There's no argument about the fact that he was definitely the most educated, the most intellectual, and
see you later, Mr. Collins.
The most. Oh, bye, Eric. You have a good night. He was definitely the most sophisticated of all of them, and you see a drastic shift away from that sophistication, where he very intentionally goes towards a simplicity. And I appreciate that. But even in that simplicity, he doesn't fail to address the more intricate aspects of the subject matter at hand.
Okay.
I guess all I'm saying is that there's two sides to this. There is the existential element, but then there
Yes.
is that higher framework element to look at
Yes.
how things work. And
Yes.
you know what? There's been times in my past where I've thought that oftentimes we're trying to look up God's skirt, and we're being very disrespectful about it.
That's a pretty good metaphor. I like that metaphor.
And I think that some things, this is why the occult is what it is. It's the word occult means forbidden things, and that word forbidden carries some baggage with it that's more colloquial than anything. What it basically means is that these are things that are kept from us.
Yeah,
These are things
right.
that are not for us. Not necessarily
Right.
that it's morally wrong to try to understand them, but that it's not for us to understand.
I don't know. I think the interesting thing about the human being is how curious we are.
Yes, I like that, and I gotta wonder why that is. What do you want to say, Jack? Go ahead, jump in.
All right. I don't agree with Hegel very often, but I remember reading something that he had said, and I talked with Justin about this before, but Hegel made a comment about.
Did anybody get that?
Hey, Jack, hold on a second. Hey, Jack, hold on a second.
Hi, Jack.
Yeah, Jack froze again. Jack, shut up, Justin. I still don't get that, okay? I don't get it, and I don't want to get it, so shut up. Anyway.
Jack is from the, what, that TV?
Yes, I know that. I'm just trying to understand why he thinks I'm a big super baby, okay? Anyway, inside joke. Sorry, Michael. David likes to call me Jack. That's his nickname for me, and I'm like trying to wrestle with that. But Jack Sinclair. One thing that might help is if you're having bandwidth issues, you can actually lower your bandwidth up at the top. If you mouse up, you see a little bunch of bars ascending. You can actually lower how much bandwidth you use, and that will sacrifice your video for the sake of the audio. So that could help. But you seem pretty clear right now, so go ahead and lay it on us.
All right. The thing that I gotten from Hegel was Hegel, in line with his times, was an ethical Christian. He thought that the gist of Jesus' teachings was an ethical one, and that the miracles, the messianism, all that was, well, yeah. For example, there were several preachers and Messiah figures and other people like that who were trying to fill that role during that time. So Hegel was of the impression that Jesus was doing that as a goad to try and lead people to his more valuable ethical teachings. And Hegel believed that the foundation of Jesus' teachings was based on freedom, and that an ethics based in freedom is an ethics which can be understood and reasoned with. He thought that an ethics which says you cannot know it, don't question it, etc., is an ethics which is handed down from authority. Don't question the king, just do what he says.
Sure. I mean, Hegel's only 25 years, or less than that, only, 15 years removed from the French Revolution. 25 years from the American Revolution.
And that's just a comment that I would like to append to the comments about looking up God's skirt and whatever line of whatever train of thought would lead up to that. Same thing with the transactional analysis comment. I feel as though some of the impressions are lingering, I guess you could say metaphors, remnants of the Iron Age monarchy, which was the setting of these original thoughts, which we haven't gotten rid of yet.
Well, the one thing I would encourage you then is to inquire into the origin of human religion. And so you have the late 19th, early 20th century practitioners of the concept of religion as essence.
Mm-hmm.
Then the shift to the structuralists like Levi-Strauss and Bruhl and others in the 20th century. And then you have, for the first time ever, the first atheistic theory of religion developed by René Girard in 1972. There, what you have now is, for the first time, the ability to see through these dilemmas that modern philosophy has been positing about the relationship of God to freedom,
Mm-hmm.
and how we humans create the concept of transcendence. We are the projectors of transcendence, and we do it by first demonizing somebody for our problems,
Mm-hmm.
and then divinizing them for the solution, because we've transferred all our hostility and hatred onto the victim, cannibalized him, eaten him, and then we all go, oh, we feel better now. So we create our gods.
So where does this conflict come from? From where does it arise?
Well, Girard will argue that it arises from mimetic or imitative, non-conscious imitative behaviors, that humans are the only creatures that have wants. Animals have needs, insects have needs, plants have needs, but humans have wants. Once our needs are met as humans, we're not satisfied, because we have this thing called desire. And as Jack would tell you, Hegel is a great theoretician of desire. What Girard brought to the picture, that has now been confirmed by neurophysiology, is that we imitate each other non-consciously all the time. And so the 1996 discovery of mirror neural networks in our brains means that the same neural networks that fire for action, if I'm doing this, your brains are all waving your fingers. And if I'm picking my nose right now, your brains are all picking your nose. We are imitating each other non-consciously all the time. That creates rivalries, which creates an undifferentiation between us, and the need for differentiation is why we've created the us-them, or scapegoats.
I have a comment on neurophysiology as well.
Go ahead.
In obsessive compulsive disorder, which may be responsible for the origin of the very ritualistic behaviors of religion, there's an increase of oxytocin in the neurospinal fluid. And oxytocin, of course, everyone knows, is the love hormone, love and trust and maternal, paternal bonds and all those such things. So maybe there's a connection between...
I would wonder, I can't prove any of this, but I would wonder if we ought not to flip the equation so that it is ritual that gives rise to OCD behavior patterns.
Oh, that's a possibility, but...
we could probably go on for hours and try and puzzle this out, but that's a very interesting piece you did. But I need to go back and do some thinking on OCD and ritual, because I think there's a good connection there, so you've now given me something to work on. Thank you.
I just want to jump in and say that I think there's always a very complex interplay in neuroses between nurture and nature, and I think that anytime we nail it down to one or the other, I think that we're really not seeing the complete picture.
Well, but what Jack is observing is that ritual, and this is Girard's argument, ritual is the primary mechanism of religion and culture. In religion we call it sacrifice, but in culture we call it bureaucracy or institution. So I'm now puzzling through about OCD behavior systems as the extreme. It's almost my personal bureaucracy.
The
way I order my world.
Do you have an opinion of, for example, Julian Jaynes?
Which one? The bicameral consciousness book?
Do you know
Do
the one who links schizophrenia to religion? Since we're talking about neuroses and their relationship with religion and its possible origins.
You know, I have that book in the other room, and it's probably been a good quarter century or more since I read it. So
Yeah.
I would probably be wise not to. I remember it was a very helpful book. That I can remember. But in terms of if I'm going to talk about the relationship between schizophrenia and religion, right now the person I might use would be Gregory Bateson.
I'm a big fan of Bateson personally.
There you go. Just because I'm more familiar with his work.
See, you guys are all way more well-read than me, which is why I have you. So.
Yeah, filthy sinner.
Yeah. I really liked you were talking about earlier how we were meant to talk and not read, and I really feel that way. I've listened to a lot of audiobooks, and probably 5-10 years ago I was a voracious reader just because I wanted to know everything and I wanted to be able to talk intelligently about everything. And I have moved very far away from that these days. I listen to a lot of stuff online. I'll read essays that are less than like 10 pages long, but when it comes to sitting down and just reading a book, I have a hard time doing that. But what I do is I spend a lot of time thinking. I spend a lot of time mulling over the words that I hear from other people, ideas, thoughts, conceptualizing things, and one of the things that you guys were just brought up about schizophrenia and the relationship with religion, I have long had the suspicion that schizophrenia is something great gone wrong. I can't help but feel like there's a deeper sense of cognizance that's taking place in the schizophrenic mind that isn't being coped with properly, that isn't being dealt with properly, be it emotional instabilities or lack of self-discipline, lack of self-cognizance, all of these things. I mean, the most common form of schizophrenia is paranoid schizophrenia, and the hallmark is thinking that everyone is out to get you. And to a degree, there's actually a degree of truth in that, that kind of everyone is out to get you, but the error is that they're not out to get you in particular, because that's kind of the nature of our cannibalistic society that we have, is we tend to devour one another. So I can see it's almost like what's the word I'm looking for? What is it when you think that you're the only one who exists?
Solipsism.
Yeah, solipsism. It's almost like schizophrenia, pathological schizophrenia, seems to me to be somehow related to solipsism.
Right there in front of you.
Am I totally off the deep
Down.
end here?
Next shelf. One more over to the left. I'm trying to get right below that, honey, next to the... Yep, thank you. There's one book I got. You all need... Do you know this book?
Violence and the Sacred.
I haven't read it.
I've heard of it.
René what?
Girard.
René Girard. Oh, yeah.
This is the book you all need to tackle together because it deals with all the issues you're wrestling with right now.
I have another injection, just something that I've read before. It was a long, long time ago, but I don't remember any of the details, but I read in some paper by some anthropologist that the origins of sacrifice, like animal sacrifice, for example, was that society had begun to specialize, and you no longer had it to where everyone had to hunt and kill. You had some people who were hunters, some people who were butchers, some people who spent their entire time weaving baskets. And those people who spent their time weaving baskets, they didn't have to kill, not directly anyway. So I had read that the origins of sacrifice and other violent institutions in religion was to disperse the guilt of having to kill.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I would need to see the paper. I would need to see the argument and the evidence. It doesn't work for me as a framework, so I would need to see it. It sounds similar to Walter Burkert's thesis that sacrifice originates in the hunt. But that already presupposes the concept of cooperation rather than sacrifice being the ritual that creates cooperation.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you the reason why I was so emphatic in liking what you said, Jack, or liking your, who you were relaying, is because I've spent a lot of time on farms in my life, and I've butchered my share of animals, and I wasn't always like that. There was a time where I was very squeamish around raw meat, even store-bought raw meat and things like that. I didn't like to touch it. I didn't like to smell it. I didn't like to be around it, but I sure did like to eat it. And there came a point, and I think it came from my theology, my reading of Scripture and things, I began to feel guilty. I began to feel like I wasn't owning up to what my life cost. I wasn't owning up to all of the grisly details that went into making my life possible, and thus I felt a certain level of responsibility to own up to that. So when I dated this girl who lived on a farm, when it was time to butcher the animals, I would volunteer. And to understand what a sacrifice this is for me, at times in my past, I've considered myself a Buddhist. I love all life. I love all animals. I've had many, many pets. I'm not a dog person or a cat person. I'm an all-animal person. I love all animals. And I just hate the idea of harming them, causing them any pain, or especially killing them.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the most traumatic experience. I've been more broken up over some pets that have died than some people I've known who've died.
Mm-hmm.
And so for me, it was really this is an undeniable fact of my existence that I cost these lives just by virtue of the fact that I live, that I'm eating this meat. The least I could do is have a little blood on my hands for it.
There's another story that I'd heard once upon a time, and it's from Hindu Buddhist mythology, but I'm telling it secondhand. I got it from Joseph Campbell, and he told the story of how the Brahmin would burn the plants and the animals and whatnot, the sacrifice, and they would be consumed by Agni, the god of fire, the mouth of the gods, and the smoke would rise to heaven. And in that way, you would have the gods at your table. You would win the favor of the gods by feeding them. And of course, everybody feared the Brahmin because they believed he controlled the gods. He was even more powerful than the gods. But the development of the idea was that there was nothing special in particular about the altar, about that fire. It led to the idea that everybody has a fire within their stomach. The digestive process resembles combustion. It needs oxygen. Your mitochondria need oxygen to break down the food, everything that you need to break down into your basic proteins. Not proteins, but your electron transfer, all that stuff that gives you energy. It's like a fire. So everybody has a sacrificial altar within them, and the world itself is a sacrificial altar. It's a conception of the world. And one of the most important Buddhist scriptures, the fire sermon, I think it's the beginning of the second paragraph, is because all is burning. And then the Buddha continues to list on the eye consciousness is burning, the thought consciousness is burning, etc., etc. Just this big long list of everything, and he says it's burning. Now there's a sense in which he means burning is changing. Like, for example, Heraclitus says everything is fire, but he doesn't mean literally fire. He says all things exchanged for fire is all things exchanged for gold. Of course, I'm butchering the quote because I don't remember it verbatim, but that's what he's.
Did we lose Jack?
Yeah, we lost him a bit.
He's using a metaphor, literally.
Hey, Jack, go back 15 seconds.
We lost you after you were talking about Heraclitus.
All right. There was a fragment, and I tried to quote it, but it's been a while. I don't remember it verbatim. He said,
I heard that part where you're talking about all things to fire equals gold eventually. It sounds to me like the
all
crucible, like
things
the
exchange for fire as all things exchange for gold.
yeah.
So I think that means that he doesn't mean like in the sense of the other Milesian philosophers saying that all is air, all is water, etc. I don't think he means in the same sense. I think he's more abstract, as is Anaximander or others like him. But
let's jump into this, because this is very important what you're bringing up. What is it that Anaximander and Heraclitus are seeking to accomplish in their philosophy that's the same thing that the Hindu sacrificial system is seeking to accomplish? Excuse me. It's the question of what's the relationship of chaos and order? How does order arise from chaos? That's the fundamental question they're all wrestling with.
no, I agree with you. I was just going on a little aside. I'm like Eric.
You're going to have to excuse me for a second. I'm going to go off camera so I can sneeze. Excuse me.
So, yeah, I think that.
What I was saying.
Hey, look, I got Drew in my arms. Hold on, I'll put him on.
Come here, baby Drew.
Yeah, that does sound like Drew.
Oh my gosh, so cute.
Yeah.
Hey, Drew, if you're listening, we love you. We pick on you.
Anyway, what I was just commenting on was the existence of this historical view that all the world is basically a sacrificial altar. Each thing eating each thing, transforming into different things. It's an interesting understanding.
It's a very important one, and that you have just now given essentially the Girardian hypothesis.
And as Christians, we yearn for the day when that maybe can stop, right?
Yes, we do.
Except plants, they don't count. We have to eat plants always, right?
Unless you're a breatharian.
That's an interesting conundrum there.
Yeah.
Well, listen, it's 11 o'clock here.
Okay.
And so what I will do is gladly join you again sometime if you invite me. This has really been fun for me. Podcasts. I do a fair amount of podcasts, and I just got to tell you this. You guys have been an absolute delight. Johnny, thank you for the invitation.
Oh, of course.
And Eric for hosting it, and all of you for being here. This has been fun.
You gave a lot of food for thought to reflect on. Probably watch the show again to get it all.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, man. I was thinking, geez, I'm going to need to watch this over again.
Yeah,
even I'm saying that.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here, and I really I appreciate your kind words, Michael, and you've definitely been one of our more.
We've only done 6 shows.
Well, again, we're pretty ambitious.
Yeah, you're the best of all those.
Got a 6.
Hey, look, when we're all big and we're like a national phenomenon, we can look back and be like, hey, we had Michael Hardin first.
So it's all good. I'm just a dude, man.
Oh, go ahead. What were you going to say?
Just a dude.
Yeah, just a dude, just like me. Church of Dudism. I'm a big fan.
I'm signed up. I'm a Dudist priest, man. I joined.
All right. So, yeah, you definitely...
I had a coworker who described herself as a Celtic Dudist Buddhist.
Yeah, this has been definitely 2 of the best hours that we've had thus far, just because it's gotten really deep, and one of the cool things is that it's given us a train of thought that we're not used to, and something that's very different from what we're accustomed to dealing with on a daily basis, and I love that. I love getting shaken up. I tend to cling to certain foundational things that I've arrived at myself, but they're not beyond re-examination. And I very much like the thought-provoking ideas that you brought up. And I really, really do hope that you join us again sometime in the very near future, because we've barely even scratched the surface. There's so much more to talk about.
Well, read my book, The Jesus-Driven Life, and we'll have a place to talk about the new hermeneutic.
Who's that dude? Who's that dude? Is it Bart Ehrman? Read my book. You know the guy I'm talking about? I'm kidding. Definitely. If I came across a copy of it, I might try to find a PDF or something online.
You won't find it online.
I have very limited means. I think Justin might be able to.
It's on Kindle.
Maybe we'll see. But if I have to get it, I'll see if I can find it. It's definitely something I want to check out. And I just on behalf of all of us.
Well, don't order it on Amazon right now, because it's out of stock, and we're redoing the printing on it, and but it's available on Kindle.
Yeah, I was about to say I'd probably do the Kindle version and just get it on my computer. So it's been very much a pleasure. If you want to stick around and catch the further chat, you're more than welcome to.
Oh, I'm going to bed, man.
Well, we very much appreciate
my coach is going to turn into a pumpkin.
We very much appreciate your presence here, and it's very nice making your acquaintance. You have a wonderful evening.
Peace out, guys.
See you later, Mike.
Okay,
Thanks
to you later. Yeah.
Thanks again.
You're welcome. Talk to you later. Thanks,
night.
Johnny. Bye-bye.
Wow, we're doing pretty good. Our 6th show, we already got a semi-celebrity on.
Oh, we got even a bigger one next week. Did Johnny tell you guys about that?
Oh, Roland Perry, yes.
Roland Perry. I knew him like Gregory McDonald. I didn't know his name, Roland Perry.
It's 2 weeks.
Or is it Robin Perry?
2 weeks, okay.
Oh, I thought it was next week.
It's
Okay.
Robin.
Yeah,
I'm going to be unavailable next week.
Okay.
We're doing 2 weeks from now.
But just make sure you send me the date so I know that there's no.
Sure, yeah. We talk every day.
So let me just get this transition down. We had a lot of really good talk about. I had wanted to talk more about the textual criticism, but I guess all of that kind of went by the wayside when it came down to the heart philosophy by which we're approaching that issue. And I think we did address a lot of the textual criticism. I think we did address a lot of the new perspective on Paul, and how there is no one new perspective on Paul. There's many new perspectives on Paul. And I think that it's a relevant discussion that needs to continue in our daily discourse. Now, for this next section, there's a reason why I wanted to give Jack his own space. There's a reason why I wanted to give him his own time. Jack Sinclair, in my very brief time interacting with him online, has struck me as a very brilliant individual. Brilliant both in the personality sense and in the intellectual sense. I think that Jack has a lot to offer as far as thought. It's just hard to pin Jack down because, much like the Wandering Pilgrims philosophy, he tends to be more of an explorer than a preacher. And I very much appreciate that, because that helps me to explore with him, and it helps all of us to explore with him. And so what little I know about Jack is it's hard to pin him down on any one particular stance, but I do believe he's largely idealistic in his view of the universe. That is, that the universe is not made of a substance as such, that it is an idea. Whether that idea emerges from one great mind or from the conglomeration of multiple minds that make up the cosmos, well, that's up for debate. I do know that he's traumatically well-read in a very intimidating fashion, and he's going to cite a lot of books that I'm not going to have a clue what he's talking about. So with that being said, Jack, you're looking really stylish tonight. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas much?
That's something.
Yeah, give us your spiel. What are you about, dude? I mean, what are your foundations? Where do you stand? What are the things that are really big to you?
It's difficult to put into words, because that's the thing that I try to avoid.
Well, you can mean we're okay with that.
The gist of my idea is that the thing that is most real to me is my immediate experience, and it if I have an axiom, if I have a foundation, it's that all things are extensions or projections of my immediate experience, and I don't hold to that as an ideology. I just see it as such. That's how it occurs to me. If a thought that I've had along those lines before, echoing, for example, George Berkeley, if I would point out to you, there's a lamp, you wouldn't ask me to demonstrate it, but you wouldn't commit to the lamp in a sense that you would commit to an ideology. You would just acknowledge it as being something that occurs. You know, there are some words, there are some thoughts. It's just something that happens. You don't need to elevate the thoughts above the things or the things above the thoughts. They're just stuff that happens. And in that sense, I am fairly idealistic, because making a transition away from the usual I'm not sure what the word would be, but the usual ideology would be materialism. So relative to materialism, I seem to be an idealist, but that itself is just a word to me, just a thought, just a particular perspective. My favorite person to quote is, of course, Alan Watts, and he once said something that if you elevate the material above the ideal, or the ideal above the material, you're impoverishing them both, because the ideal, the spirit, the mind, etc., becomes this ephemeral, vague, void kind of thing, and then the material just becomes just stuff. So you've impoverished the two of them if you side with one arbitrarily. And I say arbitrarily because to me it does seem ultimately arbitrarily. Idealism may have an epistemological advantage if you start from a Cartesian front. You know, I think, therefore I am. But you don't have to start from there. There are recent trains of thought. Well, not very recent. It goes back to example von Uexküll, or however you pronounce his name or write it. And his concept of the Umwelt, or the self-environment. And there are these trains of thought which are alien to Cartesianism. They, like I said earlier, I'm struggling for words here because I try to avoid words and commitment to them. But Cartesianism wouldn't even be an idea if you would start from that perspective. That perspective that the environment and the mind are the same thing, basically. You wouldn't have to say I think, therefore I am, because it's just I am and not even I am. It's just, you know, stuff that happens. It's just, it occurs to you. You don't have to think about it.
I think that people have more centers in the problem, though.
Would you say, Eric? I couldn't hear you.
Oh, where's that echo coming from?
Somebody's echoing real bad.
Is that Craig? Is that Jeff? Is it Justin? Am I still
I can hear you, Eric.
Okay. No, the reason why that made me think of the hard problem is because you can talk about the phenomenal emergence of experience, but that still neglects the problem of the nature of experience. And again, I really identify with what you're saying about avoiding words. I like to use the word totem. I think that language is a totem that is a representative of something deeper, but never really fully reveals it, only points you in that direction. So definitely language is a barrier when it comes to issues like this, because I think most of us who have these deeper thoughts about the nature of reality, I don't think we think in words. I think that when we do start thinking in words, it's almost like we're trying to frame an argument for another person, like we're trying to have a discussion with another person that's imagined to be there, or who we might have that discussion with eventually. When left to ourselves, though, we find that the words are almost superfluous. It's almost like they're peripheral to the core thought. That the core thought, I mean, you could call it imagery, but I think that even the core thought goes beyond imagery. I think they're all layers of abstraction, and when you get down to that pure rationality in the face of experience, that's where I think maybe Kant was kind of banging his head against. I think he thought that it was a little more definitive than what he was really asserting. And when you talk about how, you know, your experience and your interpretation of that experience, your view of how that all fits in to the greater framework of everything, all I can think about is the hard problem. That's all that pops up into my head is, you know, what is experience? How can we quantify that?
Well, if you ask what is experience, what you're asking is you're making a request for something to be framed in terms of something else. And my basic thought is that there is no what is experience, there is nothing but experience, because experience is the which of which there is no whicher. You can't frame experience within something which is outside of experience because you have no access to that. I don't believe necessarily in transcendental knowledge. I think that that's kind of a misnomer. Anytime that somebody's told me about transcendental knowledge, theosis, gnosis, kenosis, all those other Greek words, they seem to me to have a sort of satori or samadhi or sort of connotation, like right here, right now. The immediate thing that right, and transcendence, that seems to be the root of everything, you know, the eternal now, etc., etc.
We lost you right after you talked about something being a samadhi and right here and right now. If you could just back up to that and reiterate.
Hello?
You still there?
Yeah, I just sold up. I turned my video off.
All right, that's cool. We lost you right around where you were talking about that it's you use the word samadhi. I think of live every time someone uses that word, secret samadhi. That album. But yeah, that's basically where we lost you at.
All right. What I was saying basically is that anytime somebody uses these Greek words, kenosis, henosis, theosis, gnosis, etc., they don't speak to me in a sense which is referring to something which is outside of my experience. Anytime the context in which they're used seems to me to be right here, right now, which is how you get it in the Eastern, you know, nirvana. If you get into it's a little mixed up with the early Buddhists, but the later Buddhists are all fairly certain that nirvana is the same here as the same there. You know, there was a metaphor that I got somewhere that well, the metaphor is, you know, the Mahayana and the Hinayana, the big boat, the little boat, and the boat ferries you across the river, and then you're there. Both sides of the river are the same. You know, it ferries you to nirvana, but then you see across the other side of the river, it's the same thing to you. And in later Buddhism, that's one of the basic messages, that it's right here, right now. You try to find something which is outside of your experience with which to frame your experience, but you can't, because that's just a way of masking your experience. And I'm not sure what more to say about that. like I said, when you get to the my basic principles, if you could call them principles, I try to be as naive as possible. Naive as in like a child would think, I guess. I try for that. And like I said, it's difficult to explain.
I think you've done a good job. I'm pretty sure I get where you're coming from. You're coming from a place of wonderment, humility, and I don't think that there's that's probably the surest road to a genuine epistemology is when you're just receiving. You know, when you just want to perceive, work with it, not make any commitments. Unfortunately, I think that too deep of a skepticism, too deep of a uncertainty can lead to a neglect of things that emerge rather in a concrete fashion, I guess. Yeah, if that makes sense.
Well, I referenced George Berkeley earlier, and he said he was not a skeptic. Now, George Berkeley, of course, the man who believes that nothing other than experience exists, says he's not a skeptic. So you have to kind of question the sense in which that word skeptic is used. Now, the skeptic, people think of skepticism as in Cartesianism, deny everything except what you can't help but deny. But you don't really have to deny it. Well, you don't have to go against it. You don't have to do any such thing. It's just
the way that I think of it is sort of an anthropological approach. That if you had to explain your experience to some alien, you know, that somehow had never experienced experience at all, so, you know, you don't think about that too hard, but just how would you frame it in yourself, just objectively? What do you mean by experience? What do you know? What are we talking about? So, I think of phenomenal experience is aesthetic participation. Okay, it's perceptual participation, and that's what we're really talking about. We don't have to commit to a subject or an object or anything, forms or functions or anything like that. But there is an immersive, you know, presence that we can have information about, but it's more than information. We can have a physical structure assigned to it, but it's more than that. So what's left is the raw qualia, the raw aesthetic presence.
And I just wanted to apologize. I should have introduced you, Craig, when you joined in.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah, Craig and I had a conversation. What was it, yesterday, I think? Or was it the day before?
Oh, yeah, maybe yesterday.
Yeah, Craig is a pretty deep thinker when it comes to idealism and thinking about how he sent me a couple links. I'm sorry, I still didn't look at the second one because I've been so damn busy. But the first one was talking about how experience gives rise to reality and the different categories. So yeah, I'm very happy to have you here, Craig. And
now, I would make the distinction, though, that our experience, our personal experience, doesn't give rise to our personal reality. That's where I would break with traditional idealism or kind of, you know, wishcraft, New Age ideas that you can possibly influence your reality at sometimes, and maybe sometimes you can't. Some people maybe can more often or more intensely. That's a little more elaborate than what I'm more interested in. A raw description, just staying at that anthropological level, is taking an accounting. What is this? What are we looking at? You know, what's going on? And for that, it's you know, because once you get down to that input-output, that perception and participation, or sensory motive, I use that. that maps to so many things. You can map it to space-time, to mass energy, to electromagnetism, even get into entropy and what I call significance and information theory. And there's a lot of things that really snap into place if you can kind of go along with this basic premise that it's not just everythingness or possibilityness or, just experience is just experience, that it's actually a specific thing. It's a phenomenon of perceptual participation. And that's what the universe is made of.
I remember hearing something from a friend of mine. This is just a little comment, but a friend of mine answered the question of what is the universe made with an answer which seems at first to be fairly innocuous, but I think upon further inspection is actually rather profound. And she answered that the universe is made of everything.
Mm-hmm.
That's just a little food for thought interjection.
Well, so, I mean, I can agree with that a little bit, but I feel like it opens it up too much. So, is the universe made of the square root of -1? Is that what the universe is made of? No. I mean, the universe is made of experiences. It's made of qualities of sensation. I mean, this is what we really care about. Even if you are the most sort of abstract idealist and think that the world is just complete Maya, you're really, even in your purest seeking of spiritual bliss or whatever, there's still a feeling associated with it. It's still qualia. You're still looking for a sensation of oneness with the universe or whatever you conceive it to be. You want to feel something. You want it to be real, or that it's still an immersive experience. It's not just a fact that you've reached the finish line and you get the point. It's not information. It's genuine aesthetic engagement.
Yeah, I agree entirely, and I would like to say to the rest of the chat that it was probably a bad idea to have both me and Craig here at the same time, because most likely we're going to say the exact same things in different words, and it's happened very many times.
Well, I don't know why you see it as a problem. That's actually a benefit, because a lot of times the difficulty in conveying an idea is speaking the language of the recipient, and when you have two different speakers saying the same thing, Justin and I have experienced this before, or Justin and Matthew, or Johnny and I, in various other contexts, it helps to have people say things from a slightly different perspective, even though they're talking about the same thing, because that helps you to see how they are talking about the same thing.
Right?
Yeah, I understand that. I only said problem in the sense of a joke, because essentially every single conversation that Craig and I have had has ended in us agreeing on the substance and disagreeing on the semantics, basically. As far as my impression,
pretty much in agreement.
Mine and Justin's discussions. That's like the 99% of me and Justin. We agree on just all of the substance. It's the words that we use,
Yeah, I mean every single discussion that Craig and I have had, every single one, I think. So.
And I would say that you and I share with you and Craig, you, Jack, and Craig. I share a lot of the same perspective as, going from experience. Even though I'm like halfway, have my other foot in the kind of Neoplatonic transcendent aspect of things as well. So I say that as maybe like, at least from our perspective, they're at either ends of the spectrum. Because I think it's all experience all the way through, and then it's all kind of I wouldn't say that everything's an abstraction, but the transcendent is imminent, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So I'm kind of like in both parties.
I am too as well, but in a way that, not to toot my own horn, but I think is more subtle than if I would just say I was a Neoplatonist or something like that. I agree a lot with Plotinus and whatnot, but I would have to amend a lot of the language, and etc., etc.
Yeah.
There are some things that I've meant to say on here that I've been holding off because I'll take probably 30 minutes to go through it, and I'll probably lose my train of thought while doing so. So I'll just build it up slowly. But you could, if you were so inclined, consider me a Neoplatonist, in the same sense that, for example, Schopenhauer considered himself a Neoplatonist. He was very fond of Plotinus, for example, even though at face value his philosophy doesn't resemble it any way whatsoever. But I'm not against Neoplatonism. I agree with what Michael said earlier, that a lot of the Platonic language is outdated and it obscures more than it highlights.
What's interesting to me is so much of the classical philosophy, and there's so many different guys that were saying these amazing things that are still ahead of their time, and then almost all of them have this sort of dark side too, of total missing the point and confusion, and so many, like Pythagoras and Hegel, it's like I read like, oh my God, Hegel is amazing, and it's like, oh, Hegel is terrible, it's
John Calvin.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to throw that in there.
It's been interesting for me because I was never exposed to classical philosophy really at all. So I've sort of hobbled together my own thing and then have gradually, in the course of debating with so many people over these last few years, have picked up things here and there and pieced things together. But
that's pretty much what it is for me. I'm not. I just want to say real quick, that's pretty much what it is for me. I'm not nearly as well read as everyone here. I have read some essential works, and very early in life I got into some very deep philosophical writings and things. But, I mean, I don't know how you guys find the time in the day. I mean, there's just so much material. There's just so much stuff. I want the Cliff Notes, I can't wade through all this stuff and actually live a reasonable life and do all this stuff. So this is why it's really cool to talk to you guys, because you kind of helped me out.
What was said by Craig earlier about these philosophers who get so much right having a dark side where they just totally miss the point, I think is an irresolvable difficulty, because my understanding of language of a word is that it is a redirection of the attention span. For example, I say dog, and I point, each word is a pointer, each word is a finger pointing somewhere. And when I say dog, it redirects your attention span towards wherever I give the impression that a dog is. But to redirect your attention span, you have to take it away from somewhere else. Now,
right.
There's a sort of tunnel vision in that, to where when you reify these things you hold as substance or as principle or as God, any of these ideas as the one true reality, the thing which is behind all the changing and illusory reality, all that. If you do that, then I think you're just blindsiding yourself. It's like I don't really have the word for it, but I remember reading in Jung this comment on what the ancients called loss of soul, and he gave the example of a sexually excited stag which loses sight of everything but. It's
like tunnel vision.
Well, yeah, but I said tunnel vision earlier. Another word that comes to mind is obsession. And it seems to me that anytime somebody makes any proposition...
Is he cutting out for everybody else too?
Sometimes.
It seemed fine for me.
Can you hear me?
Jack, what I can hear from what I can hear from what you're saying is that you're talking about losing that intangible part of yourself just for the sake of that beast that beast that you are represented as by the projection of your mind, that beast becomes you rather than you being you. Is that what you're saying?
Sort of. I'm co-opting a metaphor that Jung used in Man and His Symbols, and he talked about what he said the ancients called loss of soul, and that's an imbalance. That's when one aspect of the psyche, one feature of the life or the experience, the lived experience, takes over and overshadows all others. And anytime somebody says that, for example, the mind is the basis of reality, matter is the basis of reality, it seems to me to be of the same sort of experience as that stag, which Jung mentioned, who loses sight of everything because of his obsession with mating. It's the same thing, only a different context, it seems to me.
Sounds very Buddhist.
I am very Buddhist influenced. So
yeah, I could definitely detect that. But of course, you don't accept any complete philosophy in toto. You kind of pick and choose, right?
Well, of course, you said I sounded Buddhist, but if I called myself a Buddhist, I would just be inheriting the metaphysical baggage and the tunnel visions of the Far East. Buddhism is a reaction to that, in the same way that Christianity is a reaction to some of the
well, yeah, and then there's
some of the metaphysics of the Middle East. There's something that Krishnamurti, I don't know. I'm from the South, can't really pronounce his name exactly as it is, but Krishnamurti said that if you call yourself a Christian or an American or any of these labels, he called it a violent act because you exclude all others. You're making yourself out to be this one-sidedness. And of course, I am an American, but I'm not a very patriotic American. I'm not anti-patriotic, but I just don't obsess over my country, and I don't hold my country to be the greatest in the same way that I don't hold this particular thought or idea or book or philosopher or theologian to be the greatest, the one, the true. I acknowledge them as things, as parts of my life, and I acknowledge my interest in them, but
Liking this seems to be like the theme of this whole show from beginning to end, what you were talking about just now. It's really making me think through my own labeling of myself and stuff. It's good. I'm definitely going to watch the show again.
Well, what I find really interesting is that I thought that we had two completely unrelated topics for this show, and it's really crazy to see how inseparably they bled into one another. It's like almost, and this is kind of the running theme of the show, how everything has to do with everything else. And I think that Michael Hardin was an excellent guest in that. We definitely crossed that boundary. It started about textual criticism and the Christian religion branching out into the greater philosophical landscape as far as how we experience things. What is truth? What is experience? What is reality? And it's just awesome to see it all come together like that.
Most definitely. This show, I'm more in listening mode, I think, because usually I don't encounter much that because I've explored so much that really rocks my mind in a total sense, and this show is the earth is quaking underneath my feet, and I'm like, wow, I don't even know where to stand anymore.
I told you this show was going to be a game changer.
Yeah,
didn't I say that?
Dude.
Hello?
Well, so getting back to
the one
Are we ready
obstacle
for it? Are we ready for
Wait,
it?
hold on a second. Who's
one
talking
at a time? One at a time.
Are we ready for the earthquake? That's what I want to know.
As ready as we'll ever be,
ready,
right?
Then we wouldn't be ready.
Who's
If
gonna
we
be
were
the
ready, we wouldn't be
seismologist?
ready. I think Craig has something he wants to say. Go on, Craig.
Oh, I was just saying, getting back to what Jack was talking about with if you pick, material or ideal, either one, that you're committing to, it's kind of myopic psychology. That I agree on one level, but then if you do need to come up with an absolute, I think that you can't have the ideal generated from material. That ultimately some form of, the phenomenal, the aesthetic can contain matter, but matter can't contain aesthetics. So there is an absolute orientation ultimately in that. Like you can't have sense coming from nonsense. You can't have disorder producing order. Absolutely from the beginning, if there was a beginning. But so other than that, though, I mean, I agree. You've got all the kinds of symmetry and balance and stuff. The other couple of things, the hard problem. I mean, that's one of the biggest things that idealism faces is people don't understand the hard problem, and there's a large population that will never understand it. I'm pretty sure they're never going to understand it, and that is part of that psychological tunnel vision also. And I think there's a level of irony in that. I think people who don't get the hard problem and who will never get it is actually a physiological, neurological thing. I think it's actually a form of mind blindness. It's sort of in the autism spectrum, and unfortunately, it's common among scientists and neuroscientists. Yeah. There was one other thing, but I forget. Go ahead.
I think you're mixing metaphors there. On the one hand, you said that mind can't come from matter, and on the other hand, you said that matter can't contain mind. Now, those are two metaphors, and I think you're right on one, but I think you're wrong on the other.
Okay.
Dun, dun, dun. Is this disagreement?
What's that?
Dun dun dun. Is this disagreement finally?
It's more disagreement on the semantics.
Oh, okay.
Something that I've inherited from Charles Sanders Peirce is the idea that the material is the past. If you think about the usage of the word material, it's the origin of something, where something comes from. It's what's in its past. And I think the past is the same as what somebody's made of. So I think this is a truism for me.
That sounds a lot like.
I mean, I can agree.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say it sounds a lot like. Actually, I can't remember his name right now, so go ahead.
Well, no, I mean, I can agree in a sense, but you can have your own past without thinking of it as matter.
I just wanted to give I just wanted to give a little shout out right here because we have someone who's listening in, and I just wanted to say, we.
Hey, Drew. I was to say it sounds like Sheldrake what you said. He talks about the past. I don't remember if he actually terms of material, but then the future is noetic, and it's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he got it from the same source. I got it from Peirce, who got it from Schelling, and that's as far as I know.
I like semiotics is a big deal. I mean, thinking of the universe as patterns is almost right, and this is what was my view for a long time, patterns. But the breakthrough that I had eventually was that patterns can't exist outside of a context of pattern recognition or pattern appreciation, pattern generation. So you can't just have patterns. That doesn't mean anything.
I agree. But what I was saying is not necessarily that the past is material in all of its uses, but I think that the original metaphor of materialism was as such, that the material is what was transformed into it, and that kind of works its way into materialism. You find that's the goal of the Milesian philosophers, to find what is the thing which transforms into all others, and that's the material. That's the prima materia, the basic material. I think that's misguided to try and find a basic material. I'm more in line with Heraclitus and Anaximander, who think that there's no basic material, only the transmutation of substances between one another. But that's a different matter.
Well, I would say that both of those would be dissolved into the deeper context of sense, that the final material or substance is not a substance and it's not a process. It's the capacity to conceive of either of them, or tell the difference, or experience them, or appreciate them, or you have to have that fundamental capacity of sense before you can have anything.
I agree, but you're using another metaphor there, which is related to the metaphor of the absolute. You said that all of these things dissolve into sense experience, which would make experience your absolute. Right. Absolute means from the solute, what is left behind after a solvent dissolves the stuff that you want to dissolve. Now that's a metaphor, and being a metaphor, I don't think that it's an I'm using the word to get rid of the word, but I don't think that the metaphor of the absolute is the absolute, if that makes any sense. Got to kind of backtrack myself there.
Sure. No, I come up across that. I mean, it's just a word to use that people are familiar with, that kind of gives you the idea, but I'm only using it in the sense of, the place that you can start from, that there is no more primitive place to, beyond that.
I agree, and of course we're just debating semantics here. What a lot of my contentions with philosophy involve semantics. Honestly, I'm not even sure there's more to philosophy than semantics, because I have a sort of Wittgensteinian view that meaning is use, and that we've confused ourselves with these metaphors which we've reified and taken as a fundamental reality. Even fundamental is a metaphor. Fundamental is related to the word foundation, that which you build upon other things. So my project philosophically is to recenter myself and others. I often get the impression that philosophy is a disease, a symptom of an overgrown mind. And having had OCD, very, very bad clinical obsessive compulsive disorder, I know very exactly firsthand what it is to think too much and how it distracts you from the joys. And again, this is an area where there are no very appropriate words, but it's what I would call God. God as an experience. God, this experience which has taken on all this theological and philosophical baggage, but at its root. Another metaphor is sort of numinous, curious, wondrous, miraculous. Wow, that's it. Tat tvam asi, you are that, all that. The right here, the right now. I think we've distracted ourselves from our own lives with Platonism and ideas of heaven. I'm very much in agreement with theologians and philosophers like Swedenborg, who think that heaven and hell are a state of mind. And he didn't go as far as I do. I think they're exactly that. But I think we've turned ourselves into, I'm not sure what to say, but I think the basic message is understood. that we've distracted ourselves from very important aspects of the human experience by trying to find things outside of human experience. To me, human experience is the basic reality of being human.
This is another thing that ties back into what Michael Hardin was saying, is that we frame God in terms of who Jesus is, and Jesus, is ultimate, or the true human.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing when he was saying that.
Yeah, and that's a part of me could say yes, that's what I've been doing, and then another part of me says, well, I have a lot more to go to incorporate that perspective and feeling into my life. But I will say that originally, when I first started down the path of idealism, and the thing, I said this in another broadcast, I think, but the thing that really got me down the path of actually sounding like a lot like Berkeley was the writings of George MacDonald. I talked about, God is the heart of all hearts and the mind of all minds, and there's like this kind of, it was like a mythological tale where they were in the cemetery, and there's this raven that was guiding the main character around, and he said, there was a dove that flew up into the sky, and the raven said, that's a prayer going up from, one of the little hearts to the great heart. And then the guy was like, but a prayer is a thought, a thing spiritual. He's dividing thoughts from things. And he was like, well, all live things began as thoughts to begin with, and all thoughts of the living one are living, or something like that. Just a lot of wordplay there. Way more eloquently than how I paraphrased it. But that to me is a much more personal and direct, experiential sort of take on the whole thing, which I admit that I've gotten away from, and making, kind of taking a theoretical sort of outlook on things. So that's all that to say that it's kind of challenging me to get back to my roots, I guess.
Well, I think that type of thing is important, though, as far as that's sort of the key of the mechanics of idealism, is getting into dreams and dream analysis and that types of thing. That metaphor is how you turn a thought into matter. It's complicated because I think of it that as human beings we're nested really deeply. So we're kind of like a brain living in a body, living in a world of other bodies. Whereas if we're having a dream, that's a purer experience of our own consciousness. So when we're awake, we're our own consciousness plus every other consciousness in the universe. And that's, in that context, in that public frame, matter really has to matter in a different way. But in a dream, it's more direct. You can have emotions that are symbolized as a place or a person or a thing or whatever. It's a much more direct model of metaphysics. It gets confusing when you bring in the universe.
So okay, let's backtrack a little bit. Let's start at the start. What is isness?
I think it's sense. I think it's perceptual participation.
I think it's a word.
Okay.
I remember.
Oh, that's it.
I remember reading somewhere that it's a theory, of course. It's a hypothesis of linguistics, but I remember reading somewhere that someone said that the difference in conjugation between, for example, is and was, there are different words for these different conjugations in a lot of languages. Like English is the most immediate, but also in Sanskrit there are these differences in the conjugations, and the person had traced those differences to two different words, and one of them meant grow and one of them meant move. So the idea that this person was putting forward, that long time ago, our ancestors' didn't even have a word called is. They didn't have a word for to be, and they could only say that a thing moved or that it grew. and those were the metaphors upon which the idea of being was founded. And I think that's very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
There's
I agree.
There's Korzybski and E Prime and all these other attempts to get rid of the word is from the English and from other languages. I think that's one of our fixations. That's a good word for what I was talking about earlier with Jung and the stag and whatnot. Fixations.
Mm-hmm.
And Michael was saying the same thing. Our fixation on being.
Right.
This idea, I think, is the same as the absolute, or the material, that which after all things dissolve is left. And I think it's kind of a cluster of metaphors. I think it's a symptom of what, like I said earlier, seems to me to be the disease of philosophy.
Well, yeah, I think it has to do with confusing the map and the territory and the word and the referent. Is a lot of words, articles like the and just the concept of existence, and I've had arguments that go on forever about this. But I like what Kant said, that existence is an empty predicate. To say that the blue glass exists is saying nothing more than there is a blue glass. It's not. It doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
There's no quality that is added to the glass by saying that it exists or it doesn't exist. So I think is kind of like that.
I just want to jump in real quick and say that one of our core members has just jumped in with us, Mr. Matthew Lewis, our local parliamentary representative.
Cool.
Hi.
Here
God save the Queen. Greetings.
What's up, Matthew?
This is exactly the question he always tackles.
Well, I'm chomping at the bit myself here, and I will definitely give Matthew more time. It's just my highly consistent mind, because that's, to me, what cognition is finding consistency in experience. My highly consistent mind is screaming out to me that basically you're undoing reality by your deconstructionism of our epistemology. That ultimately, when you come down to it, you can say a lot about what is not, but you can't really say much about what is. And you can call that a referential or a totem or whatever you want, but there is an underlying reality represented by that linguistical tool, which is something that has being, something that is there, a fact with which to be dealt, and by dissecting the terms with which we use to define the fact of its being, all you end up saying is that it's not that it doesn't exist, but that's not what you're saying. You're not saying that it doesn't exist, but you're saying that our referential language doesn't actually really represent anything, but it points to something. You get how it gets kind of...
It points to itself.
I have a quote.
The language points to itself is the thing. I think that's what we're saying, is that...
Jack, what you said, Craig, it points to itself, right?
Right.
Okay. What does it mean?
So to say something is, you're just saying, I want to consider X. Let's talk about X.
That's nice. Let me take the approach that I see you guys taking and say that X doesn't exist. X is just an idea in your head. X represents what you perceive, but it doesn't actually represent anything that is meaningfully said to exist outside of yourself, right?
Well, I'm not even really going there. I think that an idea exists as much as something. It can be used in a lot of different senses, but
okay, but there's different levels of existence.
Yeah.
Jack, you had something to say?
I have two things to say, actually, and one was a quote. Yeah, I'm losing my voice here because I don't normally talk at length for so long, but it's a quote from the...
We very much appreciate you taking the time here.
That's all right. It's a
Ginger
quote...
and cayenne pepper helps.
Wow. I've got water. I'm going to get some more soon. But it's a quote from an old scripture called the Ashtavakra Sutra. And it's from, I think, the first page. And let me see if I can quote it from memory. One man believes in existence. Another says there is nothing. Rare is the man who believes in neither. He is free from confusion. And I think that's at the heart of what me and Craig are trying to get at.
Well, I will give air to the possibility that my brain and other people's brains are just not capable of that level of thought. It could possibly be that this framework is so abstract compared to our common frame of reference that that we just can't grapple with it. I don't think so myself. I don't think that this is a concept that is so esoteric that it can't be fleshed out. But therein comes the problem with my usage of that term, fleshed out. We're talking about a framework, a common framework of interface, where we're able to interact with one another by virtue of the laws of this universe. However they arise, that's up for debate, but whatever. One way or the other, experientially, existentially, there is no denying that right now is happening. And whether I'm independent of you, or we're interconnected, or whether I simply exist and you're just an imagination in my mind, one fact, and this goes back to my Cartesian reductionism, one fact that cannot be denied is right now is happening. And these are all words used to describe that, but what they're describing is an objective reality that, you know, one way or the other, your experience is real. You could be a schizophrenic having a delusion, but that at least you have a name for that. It's a delusion. It is something. It's an entity. It exists. It is.
There is ontological efficacy to this thing.
What's that, Matthew? Go ahead.
There is ontological efficacy to this thing.
Okay, go ahead, because Jack's talked a lot, and Craig's talked a lot, Justin's talked a little, and I think I've talked a lot tonight, so I would like to hear Matthew's treatise on all of reality and what it means to be.
All right. Well, since I walked into this about midway through, I'm assuming, and just to catch me up to speed.
Well, let me help you out. Before you go on, let me help you out. Let me give you a quick Cliff's Notes. Basically, and please, Jack, if I'm getting you wrong, correct me. Same with you, Craig. That it's not just that experience is primary, it's that experience is all that there is. And all of those things that we interpret as the medium for that experience is merely an aspect of that experience. That being itself is a misnomer by virtue of the nomer itself. By actually naming a thing, you're not actually touching upon that thing. Am I close, guys?
You're close, but no cigar. And what's that?
Go ahead and clarify.
I would have to talk for a little while to clarify, because it's the big thing that I wanted to work into, and I'm gonna need some more water before that. So
how's this sound? I'll give Matthew like 5 minutes to talk about his thing, and then if he gets it wrong, if there's some things, then you can come back in and you can have some time. Does that sound cool?
I couldn't hear anything that you said.
I'm just saying, while you're doing your thing, Matthew's gonna give his spiel. Is that all right?
I'll stick around for Matthew, and afterwards I'll get another glass of water, and then I'll talk.
All right, cool. Go ahead, Matthew.
Hey, one second, Eric. Can you repost the link to the first 2 hours of the show, please?
Oh, you mean the link to the live stream?
Oh, the first 2 hours isn't archived or what have you?
No, that doesn't happen until after the show is done, and actually that takes.
Okay.
The moment the show is done, someone's going to mute their mic. The moment the show is done, it begins processing in YouTube. If you click on the link right off there, it'll take you to like a halfway version of the show where you'll probably miss either the last half or the first half. But after a couple of hours, it gets all uploaded and it's all polished and finished and ready to go. So I can post a link to the live stream again.
Oh no, that's okay. I thought that you already had something separate.
A small addendum, I do believe it's possible if you go into the live stream. I could be wrong here because I know on livestream.com it works this way.
You came back up, yes.
It does the same way on YouTube. You can actually go back.
Yeah.
Justin? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's in the Google Plus live stream. I don't know if it works on the YouTube one, but I know on the actual Google Plus broadcast live stream, and there's like these little green dots, or some of them are green or whatever, and then you can just like back up through there. I don't know exactly how it works. It doesn't give you a timestamp or anything, I don't think, but
because YouTube's the engine, I'm pretty sure that it works for YouTube, because it's basically working off the YouTube engine. So I think that if you go to the YouTube link, and the progress bar is going to start off at the end, and it's just going to keep building. If you pull it back, you can go to earlier in the show. I'm pretty sure. I'm not certain.
David just said he watched live stream on YouTube a moment ago, just like bookmarks or something, time markers.
Yep, that's basically what I was saying. So, okay. I'm sorry, Matthew. For the 4th time, you have the floor, my friend.
All right. Now, I'm assuming, based on some previous conversations I've had with Craig, that generally the premise is that being in itself is not even secondary to sense, but is effectively a vapor term, meaning that insofar as being goes, nihilism, insofar as sense goes, true. Is that a basic summary of the notion?
Well, he didn't.
Yeah, that I mean, being is just redundant. You know, if there is an experience, there is an experience of seeing red, okay, and that's it. That's the extent of the experience. There is redness. You don't even have to have I see red or anything. There's just, you know what red looks like. You could imagine a boundless field of vision, you know, where you can't see the edges and it's just red, and that's it. You don't have to say that anything exists, or that there's a being or whatever. This is the experience. There it is. Here it is.
Oh, I am so resisting the urge to jump in right now because that drives me crazy when you say that, but I'm going to let Matthew handle it.
All right. So it's basically the groundless boundless.
Sorry, the groundless what?
The groundless boundless.
Well, I mean, that is the ground. The boundaries are emergent.
Mm-hmm.
So it's neither boundless or bounded. Its sense contains both.
It just is.
Well, it contains but it makes is possible.
But you denied the absolute isness. You denied.
Well, I'm just saying it's unnecessary. It's redundant.
I don't think
It already is. It doesn't need to be is.
Okay. Yeah. Hey guys. You begged, you pleaded. I'm here.
Hello, Daniel.
Yes, we begged and pleaded for your presence. Hey guys! What's up?
What?
Well, I was about to sacrifice that.
I have no idea what's going on.
All right, shut up and let Matthew talk then.
All right.
Okay.
So from what I'm gathering, of course, as I'm collecting the data, your issue with being in itself is purely aesthetic. That it's a redundant term. You don't need it. It's unnecessary. just be done
Well,
with
it's
it.
necessary for us to communicate, but it's not ontologically referring to something.
That's strange.
Who's saying it's ontologically non-referent?
Me.
I mean, it's if you're taking being as kind of a an object. Now let me frame this in a certain way.
Okay.
Some of my
guys,
references-
I'm gonna fiddle with the. Yeah, hang on just a second.
Right. Well, if you're taking something, say you're taking this cup, because this is my example for everything. So you have the cup, you have, the idea of the cup, the redness of the little specklies, the roundness, diameter, all the various qualities, quantities, and properties. Are you taking sort of there is the cup, there is the red, there is the ear-shaped little doodly thing as kind of a separate property that is part of the overall collection, the set that is the cup? Like being as an ingredient to the whole cup?
Well,
Is
I mean,
that
if you
about
have the cup, then that's all you need. You know what I mean? It's like I don't know, some of my early experiences with programming computers back in the day, there used to be in BASIC, you used to have to say let x whatever, let your variable equal whatever.
Right.
And it was, I always thought that was so just awkward and redundant. And then later on, they had versions, where you didn't have to say let. You just said x equals 10. You didn't have to say let x equals 10. And that's what I feel being or existence is. Sorry?
But the let is implied. It's just not visibly present in the interface.
I have a comment.
Well, no, I think it's revealing that the computer doesn't need it. There is no let. The let is only required for a programmer to think about it, but the actual function x equals doesn't need any let. It is the function.
Well, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to approach your definition of being and by definition I don't mean just your linguistic definition. I mean the direction from which you are approaching the notion, because the way I'm sensing it, somebody's all windy.
Pardon me, Drew. Can you mute your mic, please?
So you mute your mic until you're ready to talk, right? Or you get a lot of ambient noise, right? Okay, yeah, sure.
All right, thank you. It's running. Well, okay. Because it feels to me like most of us are approaching being from a different contextual standpoint from what you are. And I don't know if this is some effect of the different root philosophies we've come from, but the general and vague feel that I get from what you're presenting is that you have being as something like an ingredient, an unnecessary ingredient. And I mean ingredient in a kind of analogous way, metaphorically, not like maybe in the like I don't quite know how to put it, but with Eric and Justin and I, and me especially, because I know my own view, is that I tend to approach being as something like it's the axiomatic context in which there is at all something to be read, let alone read. It's not just that sense contains is, it is that sense is and is senses. And even that isn't quite correct because it isn't, because that's a linguistic presentation for something that is more fundamentally unitive. There is not an ingredient. It's not an empty predicate. It's something that is. It allows code to be such that you can even have x equals what have you.
But is it really something that allows code to be, or is it just something that allows us to consider it intellectually and to communicate about it?
I would say it's the former, because I don't understand the notion of positing sensibility, of positing any kind of communication, of positing any meta sense of communication without positing something that has ontological efficacy, and not even a something like a something in the linguistic sense. What we're talking about with regard to being is not even so much this notion of an empty predicate, like there is a cup. It's not even.
But there is a cup. You could just say cup. You could just demonstrate cup.
But then that would
so
just.
It doesn't need to be is.
But that would be an aesthetic argument against a communication rather than what is ultimately. Because if you take cup, like cup, and the sentence "there is a cup," the meta definition, I mean, underneath the linguistic side of it, to which that is all analogous, you're getting a synonymous effect. It is synonymous and it is unanimous in what it's referring to, and more than just referring to. I mean, these are the very like this. It's not an empty predicate. It's the predicate condition such that nihilism is false. Ontological nihilism is false. Sensible nihilism is false, because it is the context and the content.
Well, if we make sense ontology itself, or even meta ontology, I think of it as meta ontology, but then
meta ontology is strange to me. It's a bit like.
Oh, I know. I mean, this is all stuff that I've discovered. You know what I mean? And this treatment of being, as an empty predicate. So this is all a consequence of making sense absolute and really fleshing that out more and more, and letting the dominoes fall from that starting point. So if sense is absolute, then you don't need any, and everything becomes an experience of a certain duration. And if the duration is longer, if experience A is longer than experience B, then experience A has an is quality relative to experience B. And that's all it is. It's just ratios of experience.
I might be able to further qualify the difference between what Craig and I are saying and what you're saying. The way that we use the concept of being. Can you hear this?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
All right, because my little volume thing wasn't going up, but the way that we use the concept of being in a linguistic sense is as what's called the existential quantifier. There is. Now, that's, Craig and I would say, a habit of Indo-European language, and you don't need to speak in that manner. You don't have to speak in the demonstrative manner. You can speak in, for example, an imperative manner. I made a little aphorism a long time ago when this occurred to me, that the entirety of language could be shifted to the imperative sense instead of the demonstrative, nominative case sense as being the default. And the aphorism that I came up with is, to speak is to cause the thoughts of another. Think about that. And that's a way of demonstrating the imperative sense of these things. When I say, for example, dog, like Craig said, you can say just dog, but that's kind of a pure sense of it, I would think. You can say there is a dog, or you say dog, and that's an interaction between me and you. When I say dog, you think of a dog, you might start looking for a dog, and Craig and I would say that this would be purer than this notion of being, which is at the center of ontology, this notion of the absolute, that after which all things dissolve, after which you boil off all the superfluous elements of the ground of being, all these things. These are the metaphysics of being, and Craig and I would prefer the metaphysics of sense. And in a way, the two are synonymous if you're an idealist. But there are subtle differences. On their own, they're synonymous, but they lead you in different directions. And Craig and I, or I'm speaking for myself, and I'm assuming Craig because of the things that I've heard him say, but I and probably Craig as well think that the metaphysics of being will distract you from the...
Well, because you're reifying something.
Yeah. Being itself is reification, you could say. It's the way of holding on to this one thing. This is being. It's like in the Athabascan languages, to where you have no nouns. Craig was talking about the duration of things. They use only verbs, and verbs are usually these things which are shorter in duration than nouns. And at its most basic, that's the difference between a noun and a verb. But in the Athabascan languages, especially the southern Athabascan languages, you can say there is a treeing instead of a tree. It's a verb. It's a gerund, but it's still a verb. And they think in terms of verbs. You can also do the same with adjectives. And
the verb treeing implies the noun. I mean, it seems to me, and sorry to interrupt, but it just seems to me that this is an almost purely linguistic argument. It's arguing at the level of linguistic preference. And I mean, I work with grammar and I create constructed languages and such, not full of content, but understanding intimately my own approach to the languages is that you have items or what have you. The sentence "there is a treeing," the verb implies the object or even the ject, whatever prefix you put in front of it.
I think that's an artifact of the Indo-European tendency to divide things into subject and predicate.
But that's still just a linguistic argument. I mean, it is an application of prejudice against a linguistic and like a tree of language, and projecting that on to reality itself. When language is a tool and a means of encounter and communicating that reality which we do infuse into ourselves and within which we are infused, there is the information interchange that goes on, but there's also the ocean within which everything does swim.
All right. I want to interject here and stop laughing, Sam Swanch. I think
Amy's making me laugh. She keeps making comments to me.
Shut up, Amy. Anyway, so there's a couple of key questions, that really pop up to me, and I think I already know the answers. But Jack and Craig, do you guys believe in an objective individual reality? Okay, that's number one. Number two, do you believe in the reality of segregated identity, that a person has something that is uniquely theirs, that belongs to them themselves? And the third thing that I would ask is, in all of this, do you think that there is any common frame of reference by which we can arrive upon the same core of truth? And I want to invoke Louis C.K.'s use of the N-word here, where he says that that's just you putting that word in my head. I don't know if anyone watches Louis C.K., but
I do.
good. You should. You really should. He's super effective. That's what makes him so.
Right.
So what would you make of that, Jack? And Matthew, do you think that kind of reflected where this ought to be going? I mean, whoever wants to jump in, go ahead.
I haven't answered.
I agree with the first two. I agree with the last one.
I have an answer, but it's two answers. The first answer is mu, and that's a Zen word. That's what a Zen monk will say when they try to unask the question, as in the question has no answer within the framework. It also means both yes and no. So on
or mu.
Mu, M-U.
Oh, okay.
I think in Japanese it means no. It's from a Zen koan. Does a dog have the Buddha nature? You know, first answer is no, then yes. Well, it's both. And
yeah, that's easy to see. Okay, that's very easy to see how that could be. The dog is both Zen and it's exactly what it's supposed to be, but it's not Zen that it can't have that conceptualization and its intellectual framework. So that's very easy to see. However, it seems like you're kind of undoing the common frame of reference, as though it's almost like you're advocating schizophrenia.
well, I try to do something along those lines, like what I was going to say to Matthew when he said that he believes me to be prejudiced linguistically. That's what I believe of others. I don't believe that these things that I've been talking about are wrong, but I don't believe that they are right either. There's a quote from the Qasida, which is a Sufi poem, which the quote goes, "All faith is false, all faith is true. Truth is like the shattered mirror strewn across something something, and each holds his own, each believes his own little shard to be the whole." Now that's that's an invocation of pluralism. You know, this is a little bit right, this is a little bit right, but none of these are the whole, total, unmitigated truth.
Yeah, you're in good company with that. I think all of us here would agree with you on that. In fact, that's been a running theme of our interactions, is that we each have our own little piece, and we're trying to coincide those pieces so that we can make a greater whole and be the greater for it by our joining to one another. I'm right on board with Matthew. I think Matthew's spot on where he says that language is the tool by which we put our ideas into other people's heads.
I agree.
If we can't agree upon that language, if we can't agree upon some level of definition there, then
I agree as well.
Okay, so I guess what I should ask of you is...
I'm not big on definitions, but go ahead.
Well, at what point... I get to frame it all together. At what point, or to what extent, is language useful, and at what point does it break down?
Well, I have two things I'd like to say about that, and the first is just parroting something that I said earlier. Do you remember when I quoted the Ashtavakra Sutra?
Yes, I actually do. That was I don't remember exactly what you quoted, but I do remember you mentioning the term.
The quote was, "One man believes in existence, the other says there is nothing. Rare is the man who believes in neither, for he is free from confusion." It's not for he is free, it's just he is free from confusion.
Yes, and I think you will find that with a few of us here, that there's varying levels of that being evidenced. So go on.
Of course, but I think that's where Matthew is confusing what Craig and I are saying. We're not saying that there's this outright nihilistic, oh, there is nothing. We're trying to be the person who is free from confusion. We're not saying there is being. We're not saying there is not being. We're just saying that being is a way of thinking. And
Right.
it's not totally illegitimate, and it's not totally legitimate. I earlier linked it to the existential...
Oh, go
What's
ahead.
that?
No, go ahead. Finish your thought.
I earlier linked it to the existential quantifier and said that there are other ways of speaking. I listed the imperative way of speaking. I talked about the verbs and the nouns. I also wanted to get into languages which have evidentials to where you can't even speak of something being. You have to give information where you got the information. There are all sorts of different ways of speaking which are alien to this Western notion of being, the Western notion of being. In a way, it's synonymous with these other ones. They're saying the same thing, but they're saying it through a different lens. They're speaking in a different manner, and I think this manner of speaking is important.
I mean, I think that...
All right. By the way, when you guys see me flashing my mic off and on, that means I have something to say. So, and definitely...
I have it minimized to hold off my CPU here. But...
just...
Yeah, I have everything closed out except for this.
Yeah, it's pretty system intensive. I'm going to bend over backwards to make sure that everybody has their fair share of time speaking. I do want to go back to Matthew because I do think that he was midpoint, and I apologize for hijacking that. I just thought that there were some things that need to be clarified in the meantime. I think that Matthew might be more articulate in this than myself. But what I keep coming back to is, now I've done a little bit of looking into Eastern and Western thought, and I've seen how Eastern thought has been caricaturized to be something that it's not. I've seen how most of what's seen as Eastern thought these days is actually an offshoot of Neoplatonism, taken to a greater extreme. It has very little to do with the East other than a starting premise, but it interjects a lot of West into it. We have a lot of pop Eastern thinking, and one dude that I really like to look to is Ravi Zacharias, just because he was the grandson of a Hindu priest, raised in this tradition. He knows it front and back. And one of the first things that he said, there was in the book Can Man Live Without God? It was also in several different talks that he's done, where he relayed this conversation between him and a professor on Eastern Studies, and the professor on Eastern Studies was not giving him anything that resembled what he learned as an Easterner in the midst of the depth of Eastern thought. I mean, I think that, I mean, you can talk about Taoism, Shintoism, and all of those other Mandarin influences. I think the majority of Eastern thought is probably informed by Hinduism more than anything else. At least that's my personal what I take from that. And
a lot of the Shinto gods, the kami, there is a trail down, like a little bit like with the Phoenicians towards the Greeks. Is that you find the Hindu deities and manifestations of deity in Shinto as and even actually there's a Greek god that traveled through the Indo-Greek road, and it ended up in the Shinto religion. And
that's the thing about the Hindus, is they affirm all of these gods. They affirm all of them. They don't disrespect any of them. That's the heart and soul of their thought. But this idea that the if or is excluded by the both and, I think, and that's what made me think of Ravi Zacharias. That's not an Eastern thought. That's not an Eastern thought. That's actually a modern thought. The Eastern thought was very much either or. It just didn't take that form in its articulation in a lot of the writings, because a lot of it was so poetic. A lot of it was so Zen, like you would say, exemplary stories and stuff. But just because you can entertain two seemingly opposing ideas in the same thought space doesn't mean that you're entertaining two contradictory ideas. And I think that's where the confusion comes in. That's not an Eastern tradition. Historically speaking, that is absolutely not an Eastern tradition. Buddha himself, Siddhartha Gautama Buddha, made plenty of very solid assertions, very concrete assertions that were either or. And that's the nature of any dialectical discourse, is it always does end up coming down to that either or. Either or, either or, I don't know, I can't speak English. All I know is that there is distinctions between two contradictory ideas. There are mutually exclusive ideas. And it's one thing to try to find how a paradox can be reconciled. It's another thing to say that the sun is both shining and not shining at the same time and in the same way. And I think that defies everything that makes us able to live life.
I have a comment on that. I agree with you in part that a lot of the East has been mischaracterized by viewing it through a Western lens, but I also think you're wrong in that this Gnosticism or relativism is not a feature and a prominent feature of Eastern philosophy. Take Jainism, for example, which is older, some say, even than Hinduism. Of course, older than Hinduism as the form of reconciliation between Vedantic, etc. philosophies, but older than the religions which gave rise to Hinduism. Basically, Jainism is pretty old. And one of the core philosophies of Jainism is called Anekantavada, and that basically means the doctrine of the non-absolute. And it's a relativist doctrine. There's Sri Siddhasti, I can't pronounce all, I can't remember it either, but it's this big, long sort of logic. Like the Greeks used to have this thing called the tetralemma, and the Indians had the kataskoti, and those were four. They were quadrivalent, or whatever that word would be, logics. They had four truth predicates. And it's yes, no, both, neither. And all those were considered valid. And the Jains, they had, I think, 27. And it basically goes, in some ways it is, in some ways it is not, in some ways it both is and is not, in some ways, blah, 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 all these combinations of...
Yes, okay. I just want to stop there. Forgive me for interrupting. I apologize. I just want to say that just the beginning of your explanation of those 27 distinctions reveals that they are complex modifiers that can be further simplified.
Well, the idea of it, the idea of it, I'm going to need to get some water in a second, but the idea of it is that it's a conditional logic. They take the conditional to be primary to the propositional. It's like if you would imagine everything in terms of if-then statements. And of course,
Boolean. Right? That's what you're talking about. Boolean statements.
Well, sort of, but not exactly. Boolean logic is influenced by Aristotelian logic. Boole himself said so. We're talking about...
I'm not looking to the lineage. I'm just looking to the modern day application. I mean, when you say if-then, that's part and parcel of what a Boolean is, isn't it?
Sort of, but not exactly. And that's how you use an if-then statement in computer logic, but what what would be closer to the Jain view, I think, would be intuitionistic logic. Or something like that. Intuitionistic logic is logic without the law of excluded middle. Paraconsistent logic is logic without the law of non-contradiction. There's Eleanor Roche's prototype theory, which is based on Wittgenstein's family resemblances, and that's basically a logic almost, which is without the law of identity. You can do away with these conditions which lead you to an either or.
Right.
And
before we get to too much of a scattershot, I want to focus on that one that you mentioned before. What was the one that you said that isn't either or?
Both
I
and
mean,
neither.
the one that I mentioned that does not include the law of excluded middle is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm paying attention to a lot of different things.
I want to ask a question real quick.
Hold on a second. I will give you a second, Matthew, definitely.
All right.
The law of excluded middle. I personally have had problems with this. And I can see how that could be one of the three primary, what do you call that? A priori's of our logical system.
Axioms.
Axioms, yes. I could see that as being unaxiomatic, as being derived. However, the law of contradiction, that seems kind of self-axiomatic, doesn't it?
Well, there's there are two people that are big advocates of what's called dialetheism, which is the belief that at the fringes of logic, at the fringes of the possible statements you can make, there are statements which are simultaneously true and false. Take, for example, the statement, this statement is neither true nor true and false. And I think...
Statement.
I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying for brevity because I really do want to give Matthew his chance because I know I keep jumping in with these things and I don't want to exclude him. It's just this is so primary is I just don't know how you can exclude that. I just don't know. I don't know. I think probably now would be a good time for me to defer to Matthew. So you guys can interact.
I wanted to ask a question about the something that came to mind about an earlier situation. Bathroom. Right. Should I wait?
Just pose your question, Craig. Yeah, and then you can re-ask. Oh, here you'll wait for the question, he says.
All right. Well, I was going to ask, would you consider being subordinate to sense or sensing?
I would consider everything subordinate to sense.
Okay.
Without exception.
So
I just want to say wow to that.
There is no being, there's a sense of being.
I just want to say wow. That's just so you got such a huge uphill battle for that because that doesn't make sense at all.
Right. Well, it doesn't at first, sort of. You kind of have to come to it by eliminating all the other possibilities.
Yeah.
See, I would think of it not as subordinate, but as...
What just happened?
I mean, like you have being, and then you have sensing, and...
Well, how do you know? How do you know there's being if there's nothing sensing?
You guys are driving me crazy here.
Because
how can you have sensing without being?
You're asking an epistemological question.
Easily.
How can you know that there's
Because
being
being
without
is just
sensing?
sense.
Huh?
No, go ahead.
You're asking an epistemological question there when you said, how do you know there's being without sensing? But that doesn't necessarily address the ontological question unless you can show the connection and necessary logic there.
Well, why does the connection have to be in logic?
Well, I mean, a reason or, I don't know, and sense. So the sensible connection is.
I feel like a real dick right now because I keep having to step in here because...
ontos...
Go ahead, Matthew.
Take ontos. Yeah. Being just whatever. That word. I'm using ontos for a reason. Because then it kind of, hopefully, It can erase away, from the mind the Western notions of the word being, which are apparently an issue. Ontos. Okay? And then you have this like little bracket, which I'm going to use to represent like is both and, like synonymouses and unitiveness, unicity, ontological and epistemological unicity. Ontos and equal sign. It's going to be like an equal sign as well. Sensing, being. I mean, that's basically what you get, is that which is sensing, that which is sensing is. The strange divide between being and sensing, it's purely linguistic.
Well, I think
it's analogous, but
because being without sensing is indistinguishable from nothing.
That's what we've used for the antecedent. It doesn't exist because being senses and being a self-sensing.
They're convertible, is what he's saying. They're convertible.
They're convertible. It's like truth and truth. I mean, as far as I can gather, that's why I think.
Well, I mean, if you remove every sense from being, though, what do you have?
What we have here is the problem. Okay, the problem is this: is that we want some kind of contingent. We want a consequent, and what we're not understanding is that being and experience are inseparable from one another. That you can't have being without experience. You can't have experience without being. And to talk about one and to the exclusion of the other is to talk about the stuff of which rocks dream.
It feels like what's happening is a post-Cartesian divorce between experience and being within your framework. And to my mind, I
just think that being only refers to a sense of a presence under consideration. It's an artifact of communication.
So being refers to a sense of being.
Well, what's the sense of being?
I would be saying that being is talking about being is talking about a presence under consideration. I mean, even the common frame of reference, I think, is a presence.
Being is auto-qualifying by definition.
Matthew, can you repeat what you just said before Justin talked? Being is
a sense of being.
I love that. I absolutely love that.
Right.
That's just like saying the sun is shining because the sun shines.
Right.
I think that's the truth of the situation. We're getting so abstract in our imaginings that we're forgetting what's right in front of our face.
Amy's like, bam!
I mean, so perfect. The way that I'm
I think if we pull on this string, I think if we pull on this string of being and really putting it under the microscope. What's that?
If you pull on the string, you find that there is a string.
No, I think you find that it unravels, that there is nothing there that is being other than a collection of qualities that's being experienced.
But what is there to unravel, Craig? That's the thing. What is?
Hold up.
Well, it's the linguistic expectation of a separate property over and above the qualities contained in the
I get that.
in the experience.
What was it? Linguistic what? Expectation?
Expectations? Or?
Yeah. What do linguistic expectations swim in?
Sense.
And what does...
Cognition.
What senses? What is
cognitive
sense?
sense?
What is cognitive
sense? It's perceptual participation.
And what is perceptual participation participating X? When's participating?
It's not necessary. That's the bottom frame. there's a local frame of participation,
So
and,
it's auto
and then
participation.
there's frames beyond that.
So
But what's
participating is auto participatory. Self-participation.
I think this is the.
well, there you don't even need the self. There just is participation. That is what it is.
But what's
So participate is the ground.
Yeah, but well,
Define
perception,
participation.
perceptual participation. It's one thing.
Define participation.
The sense of a capacity to influence what is perceived.
But what's doing the perceiving? What's doing the influencing?
Well, I want to continue down this.
There is no
thread.
what. That's all that's necessary.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Matthew.
I will need important silence. What is repeat previous to Eric's statement so I can keep on track? Like your definition.
Let's see. Well, I was saying that so you have the ground, sensitivity, pan-sensitivity would be, the absolute. And so that you could say is perceptual participation. It's aesthetic engagement, aesthetic encounter. And if you're talking about participation, it's the active, projective, motive, effective, outward-facing mode of perception in which there is an experience of being able to change perception.
It sounds like epistemological purus actus. Like
Not familiar with that.
Pure actuality as flavored with the language of sense.
It could be. Yeah, I'm not familiar with pure actuality, but I'm just trying to get at the essential.
I don't think that. I don't know that anyone is, when we're talking about pure being or just existence. I don't know if it's the kind of thing we can actually disagree about. I think we're having a lot of semantic.
That's what I'm thinking as well.
It's the kind of thing that can't be agreed on. Go ahead.
It sounds like, because I keep approaching and looking at the points being made, and it just keeps returning the input. This is a linguistic issue, and that the actual the substrate of the knowledge substrate is referring to the same notion. So,
Do you need to say a couple more things, Matthew? Because I know I've been stepping on you, and I feel like shit for it. So,
Richard has interjections for me.
Richard. I just have one thing I want to say before you, Jack. When we get in discussions like this, and we start to undercut language, we're undercutting the very basis for the discussion in the first place. If there is no meaning here, then what's the point of what we're doing? It kind of seems like a bit of verbal masturbation, really. And I just want to tie it back into that, because either we can convey some kind of meaning to one another, or it's completely abstract and true just for ourselves, and whatever goes in between is just a bunch of noise. So I just want to throw that in there, because I really see us undercutting ourselves when it comes to critiquing the basic premises of logic. I mean, you have to have something with which to replace that. You can't just leave it in a vacuum. Otherwise, we're left with no rational faculties whatsoever with which to deal. So,
well, I wouldn't jump to that conclusion.
Okay.
But
well, having said that, I just wanted to throw that in there, and
sure.
I think Jack wants to talk now, and then Craig will talk, and then either Justin or Matthew, whichever one feels like they really need to go in. Does that sound fair, guys?
Right.
All right, go ahead, Jack.
All right. First thing is, I think you're.
I'm listening.
I don't think you're on the right trail in thinking that we're trying to undercut language itself, just specifics of language. Like one of the things that I wanted to say to Matthew is actually I wanted to quote Plato from the Sophist, and I don't remember verbatim, but Plato says that Plato is actually considering the word being, the concept of being, all these things that we're doing right now, and he comes to the conclusion. The end of the statement is being is simply power, and he means this in a sense that being is a sort of influence that one thing has on another. It's a presence, like Craig said, and that was in the Sophist Plato's conclusion as to what being is. Now, if you go that far, then I think we don't have to object to the use of the word being, because I think you're almost where Craig and I are.
Sure.
Not like we're far out on the end and you guys are just back there, but I think you've kind of gone a different route and came to the same place as us if you go down that route that Plato went, that being is power. And in Buddhism there's an image, there's a metaphor, it's called Indra's net. And it's an image, it's a demonstration of the interdependence of all things, which are void of being in themselves, so say the Buddhists. But Indra's net is like a multi-dimensional spider web, and there are droplets of water on it, and each water reflects the others ad infinitum. And that's the sort of picture of interdependence.
I'm pretty familiar with that metaphor. He's used it also. And we would agree that regarding the ensemble of things, that yes, interdependence, a very fractal kind of framework going on, is that you have that nothing which is a thing, a being in the lowercase sense, is subsistence or subsistent of itself, and on the notion of presence, being as power and presence, I would be very much there. I think again, this really is a linguistic issue. And regarding like my definition of being is that I'm looking at this from what is the analogy of being, where it has been described as ipsum esse subsistens, being subsisting of itself, and what that is meaning, what that is referring to precisely is that power, that presence that Plato referred to. We're not talking about a kind of post-Cartesian material ingredient or even this sort of like a silicon substrate upon which all the information runs, metaphorically speaking. We're talking about, like, when I say the to be, that is, or ontos, we're not talking about something that is subordinate to sense. We're not talking about something which is present beyond sensing, and we're not talking about nothing, of course. What we are talking about is that given sensing and given to be, the unicity that is, which both refer to. They are both acts that are that the same unicity acts. This unicity senses. It is auto-sensing, or it is participant, self-participating. And by self, I mean there is nothing external to it that it participates in. It is participatory from within its own frame, and I have to express it that way because it's the only way. It's the boundary of language
But that's exactly the reason why it doesn't need any being, because it has no other frame of reference to not be.
To say that though, really, that is almost an entirely, that's an aesthetic preference of yours.
It's a linguistic preference. Just because something doesn't have a substance that we know of as a substance doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It just means it doesn't exist in a form that we're ready to recognize. And here, I know I tend to start with a lot of other people's premises and work with it, but here's my premise. Let me just put this out there. Nothing exists.
Cool.
Nothing exists. There isn't anything that we would call a thing. There is thought, there is being, there is experience and feeling, and what these things are, it's not matter. It's not what I'm pounding on my desk. It's not electromagnetic forces. It's not a framework. It's intelligence. It's volition. It's a being in and of itself that emanates in greater and greater incarnations of itself to itself. And
I would even go so far as to say, like, just recently I watched a little, like, in an interview, you know, John Milbank, who is a Thomist, he was talking about, you know, being and things, and saying more or less things do not exist except that they, like, you don't have, you know, being and then a bunch of little, like, things that have, you know, existence in that kind of way. They exist by virtue of participation in being. And even their participation is given of being.
I would like to say that there is no being apart from experience, and that experience is an emanation of the nature of being.
I have if there's time, and if anybody doesn't have anything urgent to say, this would be a good time for me to explain, as I said earlier, in which ways I agree with Neoplatonism and emanationism.
Yeah, go for it, dude.
All right. Earlier I was asked, what is experience? And I said, I think wrongly, but not wrongly. I think I was right to say so, but wrong in a different context. In this context, I would like to backtrack and disagree with myself in saying that I can't describe experience, because I can't refer outside my experience to find something which isn't experience to describe experience. So let me attempt to describe experience. Anything which I experience can be thought of in terms of an obstruction. The wall beside me exists to me in the ways it obstructs me. And I came to this thought when attempting to escape solipsism, because a few of my other thoughts had led me to solipsism, and I wondered if I could get out of that, and this is the way in which I did that. In seeing the wall, I'm seeing the particular ways in which it obstructs the world beyond me. The wall is nothing to me but the obstruction of the world. So you can conceptualize these positive things. There is a thing in terms of these negative things. There is not these things. You know, the wall is what makes the house outside of the wall not be a part of my experience. And I think it is very useful to think in terms of these things if you are going to go the emanationist route. Because it seems to me that the features of my experience are the obstructions of, I can imagine, some sort of absolute, like Craig's pansensitivity, the obstructions of this absolute, which are obstructed in these particular ways by my body. The neurophysiology, the immune system, the skin, all of these things are obstructions of sort of like what Henri Bergson had said about consciousness, that consciousness does not exist in the brain only filters it. It's sort of like that. And this is an image of existence which I am fond of, not attached to, but definitely very enchanted by, which is emanationist in that regard. And it's emanationist when you start to figure in the past. The features of my experience are conditioned by my body. And my body has been conditioned by the changes that it has undergone. And I'm using myself in a very inclusive sense. If you would imagine like the first cell, or not even cell, we can go like a Whiteheadian route and consider like individual particles or whatever you would consider like a body and some sort of encapsulated thing separate from other things.
Hello?
Jack, did you cut out again, buddy?
On.
Oh.
Yeah, you cut out for like the past 20 seconds.
What at what point did I cut out?
Whiteheadian particle body separate from all other bodies.
Yeah, I said the first cell you can imagine from the first cell, but you can also go the Whitehead route.
Mm-hmm.
You know, biology is to larger organisms, as physics is to smaller organisms, all that. You don't have to start with biology. It's just more demonstrative for the imagery if you think in terms of biological evolution. And Ernst Mach actually to it. He took Kant and his a priori and he biologized it. How can we have an a priori? How can we have fundamental knowledge? Why should we settle for that? And for Mach, what is a priori for a being was a posteriori for its ancestors. It's something which was developed over the course of evolution and interaction with the environment of course being an abstraction of all other things. So in that sense, I'm an emanationist as well. And I forgot the original context in which I wanted to explain this, so I'm not sure exactly what point I'm making. It was in response to something else, but it's tired. I've been working all day, etc. I'm a little sleepy, lose my train of thought easily, but that's
why I drink so much, to keep the playing field equal.
Here's a thing I'll just throw out real quick that I've thought of. So non-being isn't a kind of being, right? But non-sense has to be a kind of sense.
No, I don't see how you see that.
Well, because to have non-sense, you have to have an expectation of sense.
Okay,
but non-being is just
what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing you talk about is the difference between a void and disorganization, right?
Right.
Yeah, and I think that there's no ontological distinction between the two. I think that they're both semantical distinctions. That there are plenty of things that don't actually exist that, by our perceptions, we call into existence by virtue of our experience, and thus it is actually an aspect of that disorganization, not necessarily non-being. If you really want to get technical about it, because basically, I mean, you're saying that nothing is. So.
Well, wouldn't you have to have some kind of absolute? You can't even call. I don't know if you call it a framework, but the absolute by which you can't compare it against something else. It's just. Yeah. I mean, that's what we're trying to get at. That there's something ultimate, and if you can give a distinction, like say this, you can provide an example of this, an alternative to this thing, then you're not hitting upon the ultimate.
I know exactly what Justin's talking about. Basically, what he's saying is, when I cease to exist, what remains?
What do you mean? I don't. That's not. I wasn't talking about a personal
When you
perspective.
talk about absolute, you're talking about something independent of yourself. So what is in the absence of you?
Or any creature, I guess.
Well, any creature is fine, but you're the one that's really at issue right here, right? Your perception.
Okay.
Experience. Yeah, that's what I'm saying is, what exists when you don't?
I have an answer for that. I think Justin agrees actually, because we've talked about these things before, and I remember him agreeing. There is a perspective called open individualism, and it's basically solipsism, but without the Cartesian ego. There is only one person, and he's everybody. It's a fun train of thought. But the way that I conceptualize the difference between myself and someone else is similar to the way that I conceptualize the difference between my two fingers, which are joined at the hand. I don't view myself as being encapsulated in my body, isolated from everything else. The skin, as much as it separates from me from everything else, also unites me with everything else. It's a connection. All boundaries connect as well as divide. So, what will remain after I die is, in a sense, myself as well. It's the difference. The difference between myself and after I am dead seems to me to be the difference between myself and myself 5 years ago. I don't like that analogy. I don't think that's at all what we're talking about. I think what we're talking about is if you never existed. I think that would be a better analogy, because you're including.
Well, you mean you never existed as you?
What I'm trying to say is what's separate from you, what actually exists. And I don't know if this is exactly what Justin was saying, but I think it's really intrinsic to what he was saying.
I think Justin might have been talking, like, with regard to the absolute. I would frame it maybe in this way, is that given the sensing matrix of sense.
Right.
I mean, the sensing matrix of sense.
Which is just figurative too, because there doesn't have to be a matrix, because it is absolute. It's pervasive. So there isn't any structure or form or anything like that. Structures and forms are all within sense.
Right. So you have sense
but
is
we can talk
the
about
womb
it, right.
in which sense takes place. And,
well, it's
and
both,
it develops and unfolds and procreates and emanates. And is. Is that?
Well,
is that
well, you can, but that gives a very ontological slant to it. It makes it very noun-like. When it's not only noun-like and verb-like, it's the difference between the two. It's the whole context of sense, of coherence and sanity. It's the bare metal sanity that precedes even metaphysics and even ontology.
All right, we're getting really poetic now, and I think that I was making a very, very solid, not argument, but distinction. What we got to think about is, okay, take ourselves out of the equation entirely. What can we say?
Well, what do you mean by that? Take ourselves as human beings or
That's
as experiences?
And I'm nailing it right now, and you guys aren't hearing me. I'm nailing it because all of this is all about me. All of this is all about me. Take me completely out of the context. Take me completely out as though I never existed. What can be written in a book about what exists? That's the thing. And what I'm gathering from you guys is nothing. Nothing exists apart from me existing.
Sense?
Well, I don't see it as having
sensors.
anything to do with me at all.
Okay, wait. Matthew, Craig, you guys are both talking.
Sense, sans, finite sensors.
Okay.
No.
I'm divorcing myself from all.
Right.
I'm divorcing myself from all experience.
Right, and that's you as a finite sensor.
Because
sans that.
Justin mentioned the absolute, and if you're going to define the absolute, well, let's define it properly. It is what is without me. That's really what the absolute is. It's what just plain exists, whether someone perceives it, whether someone senses it, whether someone interprets it. And what I hear from Craig is there is no such place. There is no such thing.
It's still going on. Hey, I'm back. Yeah, I got done.
Well, I'm not even really making sense out of what you mean by what's not
Anyway,
me.
go ahead, Craig.
Well, no, I was just trying to figure out what you mean exactly by, not me. Like, to me, I don't think sense has anything to do with what's me. I'm just talking about, like, relativity. I'm talking about mass energy equivalence, but I'm making it sensory motive equivalence. I'm talking about, what is the most primitive, pervasive principle from which all other principles can be derived.
I would frame it this way. Talk about subsistent sense. Whereas
sounds interesting, but
whereas regarding us, what Eric is trying to talk about is, we have a finite range of sense, where the metaphor
you're
itself
talking about
here, without referring to my unique frame of reference, his unique frame of reference, our sense of, this cup, this rock, over there, the sense of the blue wave on the edge of the horizon. When you take away those superfluous, like, unique instances of sense,
right.
When you get to the talk of subsistent sense, talk about that. What is that the absolute? Like, what is the absolute?
Well, the absolute contains all of our sense as well as all of, other experiences too. It's just the totality of all experience.
Okay, so it's the sum of, or is it
absolute? Well, I mean, if you're talking about sort of the absolute qua absolute, I would say that it's all experience without any time or space.
Right.
So if you evacuate time-space, then that's the absolute. If you want to be technical.
So it's what we would call omniscience.
Before we, and I'm
well, I wouldn't get. It doesn't necessarily have to be an it. It's like is a hard drive omniscient?
I'm sacrificing the point that I wanted to make for the sake of Jack, because he's been dying to interject here for the past 5 minutes.
Oh, go for it.
Go ahead, Jack. Oh, don't make a liar out of me, dude.
All right. What I was saying with the finger metaphor is the reason that I use the finger metaphor is that it's an explanation for the privacy of experience. If you poke something with one finger, your pointer finger, your middle finger doesn't feel it. But that doesn't mean that they are disjoint from one another. That just means that the one finger interacts with one thing as a context that the other finger is not a participant in. Now, if you imagine things as such, that the ego, the Cartesian self, all of this is like the finger which pokes something and the other finger doesn't feel it. Like, for example, I see something and Eric or Justin or Craig or Matthew or no other person sees it. That doesn't mean that we're isolated. And it doesn't necessarily mean that we're isolated. And it doesn't necessarily mean that if we speak in these terms of sense being the basic thing, that it has to be the private sense, the particular sense. So I can imagine what could exist if I, Jack Sinclair, my body was not here. I could imagine that, but I would imagine it firsthand from Jack Sinclair's perspective. That's one thing that I'm not going to touch down on, but if you imagine yourself not being there, you're just forgetting yourself. You're still there imagining it. Like imagine a void, and then you'll see yourself floating in it. You can't fully remove yourself, your individual self, for the equation, but that's just an epistemological limitation. The larger point that I was making was that by sense and all these other words like experience, Craig and I aren't meaning to suggest solipsism. If we do go the solipsistic route, we go the open individualistic route as well. You know, there is one person, but he's everyone. The difference between myself and you is just a larger version of the difference between myself and myself 5 years ago.
Okay, so this is what I keep trying to take it back to, and I'm pretty sure that you guys are having a hard time understanding what I'm talking about, because it doesn't seem like you can depart from experience. It doesn't seem like you can conceive of a world that exists without you. It seems like no matter what, it always comes back to your own experience. And I guess that belies the existential bias that you were honest about from the very beginning, that you believe that the only thing that does exist is experience. I would say that I would defy that and say that I'm still here whether you are or not. And that right there totally turns that on its head, unless you're a solipsist. And furthermore, I don't think you guys are ready to wrestle with that question. That one question.
No, actually, I was going to bring that's the third big point that I wanted to talk about, is the mistaking or the conflating of idealism with solipsism.
Well, no.
That's what I think you're doing.
The one question to which I was referring was the question of, what if you didn't exist?
Then everything else would exist. So what? Every other experience except my own would still exist. So what?
That's the point that I'm getting to, is let's define that. let's delineate that.
Okay.
What is independent of us, and it doesn't seem like we can really depart from dependency upon our experience. It seems like everything is continually reflecting back onto our experience, rather than anything that resembles something that we could call objective.
How can you know what something is apart from the lens of your own experience or your own being? How could you possibly even...
Third-person perspective.
What? Well, how can you have a third-person perspective except through your own perspective?
Exactly.
That's not really. How can you read a novel if you're not one of the characters?
What? Wait.
That's what you just asked me.
That's not what you were just saying.
That's exactly what you just asked me. Okay, I just used different words. You basically asked me, how can I read a novel and honestly take it all in, experience it, enjoy it, if I'm not one of the characters in that novel?
In a certain psychological
I know that's not what you said, but that's really what you implied.
No, because anyone reading a novel is themselves.
Right, but Justin, you're not hearing me. You're not in the novel. We are in this novel, and we're trying to understand the novel, and my proposition is, what if we were just a reader of that novel?
Well, then you're talking about your eternal self?
Well, I'm not really even talking about anything. I'm talking about thought experiment. I'm talking about objectivity, taking yourself out of the equation and seeing it from a third-person perspective. I'm not saying
really read a novel without identifying at least some of the characters.
Wait. I'm not saying that this necessarily has any theological implications. It's just a thought experiment to expand your mind to be able to see things in a different way. Can you see reality apart from your participation thereof?
No.
But what we're saying is that your idea of objectivity is just your first-person version of third-person objectivity.
Exactly.
No, you're getting it wrong. You don't understand. Yeah, of course I have a personality that's built upon experience and all that stuff. I get that. What I'm saying is, what if I'm from a different universe and I'm looking at that other universe? I'm not a part of that universe.
Well, it's still your idea of what it would be like if you were not you.
Not necessarily. I mean, there's plenty of examples in sci-fi of encounters with alien species that have vastly different thought processes that we don't have a correlation with, and so that kind of diplomacy with them becomes next to impossible. However, there can always be that observing without participation, and
What?
that's what nobody's willing to really wrestle with right now.
Observing is participation.
Is the That's the a priori. That's the 900-pound gorilla in the room, and everybody's assuming it, and nobody's willing to depart from that.
Well, you can prove that if you take a psychedelic, your objectivity is you can see it's plastic. You can see it changes according to your frame of reference. Objectivity is relative.
Okay.
Can I enter in? Okay, quantum mechanics is to observe something is to alter it. I mean, that's like one of the absolute first rules of quantum mechanics.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's you don't get out of it that easy.
You're right.
Well, you do if you're God. That's the thing. You do if you're God.
So God doesn't change the reality? I mean, like, it seems like God is...
No, you guys are stuck with the mediation problem. You're stuck on mediation, and I'm talking about pure knowing. I'm not talking about...
Well, omniscience did create the universe.
Yes, Matthew's right there. It's not just a passive knowing what would come to pass. But
I believe God can be objective. I don't believe anyone else can be objective.
Okay, so there's wisdom in that, Drew. I actually agree with that. What I can say is that we can approach objectivity. We can approach objectivity, and we can further distance ourselves from our vested...
We can participate in objectivity.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
define objectivity.
You could have...
Well, of course, I'm using it in the common colloquial sense. What I mean by objectivity is not biased by personal inclinations.
Okay.
Colloquial, again, not the technical definition, colloquial.
But so like, for instance, a mosquito lands on the water, on the surface of the water, and it can, basically walk on the water.
Yes.
So does that objectively mean that the surface of water is, isn't liquid?
Well, that's a very
it's all perspective.
That's a very poor example because you can get into the physics aspect there, and there's varying levels of solidity. So
well, that's my exact point. Is that the physics supports these multiple frames of reference. That if you're going fast enough, then other things seem like they're going slow. So there is no objective state.
What? Okay, Eric, when you said that objectivity, as you're defining, is like a non-biased state, how was that tracking back? Maybe I was misunderstanding what the discussion was about.
It's a sloppy definition, but when I'm talking about objectivity, I'm talking about separating yourself from the equation. But
you can only do that hypothetically.
Exactly. That's what this whole discussion is about.
But the hypothetical isn't reliable in that way.
Wait, hold on a second. What are you saying, Justin?
I thought you said this whole time you were saying that you could separate yourself out from yourself.
I don't think so. I think, like I said, there are...
You know what?
Hold on a second.
I'm going to get a drink.
And I want to answer it.
Be right back.
I've gone through great pains, just like you read in Paul's epistles. He addresses one extreme, and then he addresses the other extreme. And that's what I'm doing. What I'm saying is, I don't believe you can be fully objective. I don't think you can fully know truth. At the same time, I don't think that we should be fully subjective, and I don't think that we should be fully relativistic. I think that we can approach truth.
I agree.
Just in the same.
I agree. With certain qualifications.
Exactly. You can approach the speed of light, but you can never quite reach it. I think we can approach truth, and I think we can apprehend truth without fully comprehending it. We can take hold of it without being fully permeated by it. And in this, what I see is I need to take myself out of the equation as much as I possibly can And I can never fully take myself out of the equation. But as much as I possibly can, if I'm going to have any actual reasonable viewpoint that can actually have any kind of interface with another person's viewpoint, then in order for me to be as fair and unbiased as I possibly can be, then I need to not only look at the issue from as many other perspectives as I possibly can, but I need to separate myself from all perspective. And I need to see it objectively in the sense.
I think that's a perspective, though.
It is a perspective, but it's a perspective.
And it's a very contrived and specific perspective.
It is abstract. Yes, it is contrived. It is a perspective beyond an individual perspective. And it's not a collectivist perspective. It is an abstract perspective that sees things as mere math, as mere equations, which is really what we all try to do individually, only with our own personal bent towards it. But when you really come down to it, it all comes down to mutually exclusive propositions and things that either agree or contradict, and how those things work out. If we always want to interject ourselves and our experience and our perception of things into it, then we're left with a highly individualistic experience that has almost no relevance to any other greater framework other than our own personal sphere of influence, which seems to me a little bit too close to chaos for my comfort.
Well, I think it is maybe too close for comfort for you right now, but I think and actually is a defense mechanism that you're reaching for this life preserver of logic, of pure logic, and winding up with a self-affirming,
Let me set your worried heart at ease. I use a lot of I use a lot of metaphors and stuff, but trust me, I'm not at all discomforted by the conversation. What I'm saying is these things don't resonate with truth. It's not as though they bother me. If they were true, okay, that's fine. I'm cool with that. It's just it doesn't make sense, and it doesn't work with anything else that does work.
Well, it works with nature, though, is the problem. It doesn't work with a restricted, logical, linear, cognitive communication about communication, but it works with nature.
I have a very large interjection. I disagree with you very, very much in terms of truth and objectivity. I don't think that you have to distance yourself from the matter as much as you can. I think the opposite. I think you have to go as far into it, and I think that whatever truth there is to humanity is to be found in the human condition. I don't think that there's a view from nowhere, so to speak. I don't think that there is an absolute truth which is true for all time and for every entity, everything. I think that there are relative truths, like there is man's world, there is the world that man lives within, which is not entirely different from the world that, for example, a planet, if it could consider itself a being, would live in. I don't think they're entirely different, but I don't think they're the exact same world with the exact same truths. It's like Wittgenstein's problem of if lions will be able to speak, would we be able to understand them? And I think we would, but only to the degree that we are the same entity.
I agree.
Now, all of us, we can discuss these things and understand ourselves very much because we're almost exactly the same. We emphasize our differences, which we call our personality, but as human beings, we are almost exactly the same thing. Hence, we live in almost exactly the same world with only minor differences. But I don't think that whatever truth is to be had is to be found in this sort of cold, distanced, scientific objectivity. I think that whatever truth exists in the human world is those things which are most constant and most appropriate to the human condition. So I I disagree with you all the way on the necessity of distancing yourself. I think you need to look within yourself and yada yada all that. I also think that you misunderstood Craig and my discourse on solipsism, because you responded to it, well, what exists if we don't? Now, I attempted to escape solipsism because I know that that is an objection to it, and for a
That's
time...
not what I was addressing at all. That wasn't even close to what I was addressing. I had no idea of solipsism in mind. I was taking us to an absolute reality apart. It's actually the polar opposite of solipsism. The idea that everything exists except for me.
There actually is something called that. Fun fact: it's called externism. It's from a satirical Czech play, but if anybody's interested in that,
cool.
There's actually a word for that. But anyway, I don't think that the objections you made are applicable to the view that Craig and I had discussed. And Craig seemed to be a bit flabbergasted at you making those objections. So I think he was thinking along those same lines, that potentially Craig and I are talking past you, and you are talking past Craig and I.
Well, that's very likely. That tends to happen in these kinds of conversations.
Yeah, it does, but I would just like to bring light to that, because
that's why I've been trying to figure out the linguistic grid here. Is that there is a lot of talking past, like with the presence thing. I mean, that was a moment of linguistic collision where everything was kind of, on the same page. But that's all I had to say about that. That was commentary.
Well, I mean, for me, I wasn't trying to assert anything. Like I said, it's called a thought experiment for a reason, because it's not real. It's a thought. It's an idea, and it illuminates a lot of where other thoughts can go. Like I said, I think it's so very important to imagine what would be if we were not.
Well, but it seems but what we're saying, we understand that, but what we're saying is that you're assuming that that objectivity is possible, even just ontologically, and or if it's not, then the alternative is pure solipsism. And we're saying that no, it's not like that.
While you're imagining you are not there, you don't exist, where are you?
Right.
Well, in the thought construct, you don't exist. It's one of those things where you can either do it or you can't. It's just like trying to imagine nothingness. Do you imagine a black slate? Well, then you've imagined something. So that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the shape of the world in the absence of you as the observer, as an ultimate observer, and I guess it's kind of.
But what does that have to do with sense, though? But it sounds like you're making sense be about what I personally would experience.
Well, I think.
But then logic isn't.
You're
saying logic is somehow outside of everything, given by pure God or something that doesn't require sense at all, or something.
No,
he's trying to understand what you mean by sense beyond what is within our daily frame of reference.
Yeah, exactly. It's like all of this stuff is framed so exponentially, and you even went so far as to say that the only thing that exists is experience. So, I mean, and I know this isn't your conclusion, but it's very easy to come to the conclusion of, well, if I'm not experiencing, then nothing exists. And that's kind of what I was trying to bring back to, is what exists in the absence of me.
Well, so it's just other experiences.
Eric, wouldn't you say that the persons of the Trinity experience each other?
Well, yeah, that's perfect experience through all of eternity, and there is no absence of any of those. that's why. Now you gotta understand. Probably like what is it? 3/4 of us believe in the Trinity. The other the other 1/4. Yeah, I can do math. The other 1/4 doesn't agree with that necessary interpretation. Right, Craig?
I don't. I mean, I don't discount it. I don't personally, think in those terms. There are a lot of Trinity types of things that come
Right.
up.
Well, what I'm
when you
talking
look at
about is
sense.
that we're Trinitarians in the Christian sense, and you're not.
Right. But I don't. I mean, I think that if you want to call the absolute God and you want to see consciousness as in a Christian framework, I think that works.
Oh yeah. I'm just saying you're not a person of faith. Is that better?
Yeah, I'm not religious. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of ideas that you're willing to entertain, but this isn't something that you're fully taking hold of. And I mean, I guess I can only speak for myself. I am thoroughly Trinitarian, and it's a rather difficult thing to get past that with me. I think you'd have better luck with my two friends there. But me, for myself, perhaps it's my weakness for dogmatism, but it's something that has been so thoroughly established to me that I need a very large burden of proof to even entertain that it may not be true. But having said that, oh, go ahead, Justin.
Same here. So it's very philosophical for me too. So yeah, that would be a very, very hard sell.
Yeah.
With regard to me, if I abandoned the Trinity, it would be to include more members.
I mean, Matthew, I would roots show through.
I would expand the Trinity to include all members, all things, everything. There's a G.K. Chesterton poem, if I can remember it. I can't remember it in total, but the second to last line and the last line were, "Where march in strange democracy the million masks of God," and I think that's a really good poem, which really I was just making a little joke almost about expanding the Trinity to include everyone. But also I wanted to say that anytime that some little quip occurs to me, I've been posting references in the chat, and I wanted to mention this one explicitly to you, Eric, because you're so strongly Trinitarian. There is something that I have considered in light of the Trinity before, and I'm not a Trinitarian, so I'm not attached to the idea. It's just somewhere that my mind has wandered. But Charles Sanders Peirce came up with a term, trichonics, which explains relationships between ideas in terms of three, like a Hegelian almost dialectic. And as a Trinitarian, maybe that would be something of interest to you. I posted the spelling in the chat.
Thank you. I very much appreciate that. Justin actually is familiar with the dude that I'm about to mention that I always forget his name. But there was a physicist who was an atheist that through his physics derived a necessary triune nature to an ultimate volitional reality.
Talking about Sinclair?
Is that who it is?
Maybe, I don't know. You mean he was once an atheist and then he...
Yeah. We're talking 15 years ago for me, so I'm really drawing deep. I drink a lot, so that shit goes by the wayside. But there's been, and he's just one of the more preeminent ones. But go ahead, Justin.
Johanna and I talked about. He showed me how like every logical system necessarily reduces to like at minimum you can't reduce it past 3 because of the functions involved. I can't remember what all the functions were, but
yeah, it's the tertiary nature of all dynamic systems, all relational dynamic systems, that one way or the other, you're going to have an interaction of two, and from those two there emerges a third principle. It's invariable. There's no way to avoid it. And
Oh, go ahead.
Julian Barbour also reasons along those lines in a book called The End of Time, where he has a thought experiment which is a world of just so many entities, and he found that the minimum for criteria of physics basically was 3, and that's just another interjection that I thought I should mention audibly because it's so relevant to the discussion.
Cool. It's crazy.
Hey, Jack, you think you might want to drop in for subsequent hangouts and stuff?
It's a possibility. I work every Sunday, so I'm gonna be tired usually.
Yeah,
What's that?
We've been in talks about intermediary shows. That we just, when people are available, just have a show. Here and there. Even if no one tunes in, we at least have it recorded. And you're definitely a very thoughtful individual, and I very much you're vastly more educated than myself. That's very obvious. And I very much enjoy what you offer to this whole thing, and I would very much encourage you. I'm not drawing it to an end or anything. I'm sure these guys have a lot more steam left in them, but I'm just saying keep us in mind, because these are some really good conversations, and we're continually developing stuff.
I definitely will come back, but even now I'm not really one to speak a lot, like at length, like going on and on discussing things, etc. So my voice is not used to it. You might have noticed I had to go get water 3 times. So I might not participate as fervently as I have tonight, but I definitely will come back.
Well, that's fine. I mean, even if you're just typing it in the chat, for us to mention in. I mean, your thoughts are very cogent and relevant to the issue at hand, and I like it. I think everyone else does.
I want to interject for a second. Yeah, I'm a huge fan.
Go ahead, Drew. Go ahead, Drew.
I want to interject. I'm a huge fan.
Sorry.
Yeah. So I think he should come back totally, and feedback and writing, sure, that's great too. Why not?
I think all of the above. Daniel, not Daniel, David. I see the name Daniel up there because Drew is under his brother's account, but
No, it's like I'm Daniel Andrew Bowers. Everybody just calls me Drew, so yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought it was your brother.
That's Evan Bowers, but no.
I thought that. Crazy things we assume. So anyway, Daniel is Daniel. I said it again. David Michael Gregg. He's right there. Hey, David, I'm talking about you. David, hi, David. Say hi, David. David, hi.
Hi, guys. I'm in a very loud food court.
That's cool. So, David has definitely been a lot more focused on the organization aspect. And I've been talking to him a lot about it, and trying to talk him into talking some sense into me, because God knows I need it. And so we got that Google Plus community going on, and we can really categorize a lot of good conversations there, as well as further branch off into the more specific categories that we want to discuss as a show and as a group. And I think it just really comes down to I hate being the one, okay? I hate being the one. I've been bitching about this all week, and I keep telling everybody, you don't know the stress. And I just want to take like 2 minutes just to say, I have gone so far to make this show happen, and it's really Johnny's impetus. He's the one that finally got me to shit or get off the pot by booking that first dude and everything. But really, it's a big thing. to get everybody involved in it, to constantly be interacting with people. While I'm talking to you guys, I'm adding people to the chat, trying to deal with complaints, looking at the other chat, seeing what people want to talk about. It's a huge, huge thing. And I get a kid screaming in the background and a girlfriend who gets pissed at me for shit I don't know what. And so there's a lot of things to juggle at once, and I'm really glad for any help I can get. So I see my one skill set as being I can talk. I can talk and I can give a good smile, in spite of my missing tooth.
I immediately went to the Charlotte's Web song.
What?
There's a song on Charlotte's Web, and it starts off after Wilbur discovers that he can talk. And it's
Are we talking about the same book? Because I read this book a couple times.
It's a movie.
I don't remember.
Version of it.
Movie.
Oh, the movie. Come on, seriously, guys.
Yeah.
Have you read 101 Dalmatians?
I've watched the movie.
Okay, that I watched the movie. Okay. I'm not doing my job right now, and you guys bitch at me every time of the week. So I'm gonna do my job. So anyway.
I do.
So, where were we?
I wanted to say something.
Diversion.
Are we getting back onto discussion here?
I hope so. I'm trying.
I wanted to say something. This was like going back a ways, but I think there is some kind of dispute over getting outside of yourself, getting more objective or whatever, versus going more inward to yourself. I don't see those as mutually exclusive. To me, they're the same thing. When you're getting back to the I am, the very bare essential aspect of just like being, perceiving and being, or knowing yourself as being. That's more and more objective, and it's yet more and more subjective as well. To me, it's like.
I agree with that. I agree with that. I only force the dichotomy to edge the discussion towards the other extreme, because I got the impression that Eric was trying to say that truth is to be found outside ourselves. So for purpose of illustration, I went the exact opposite route. I do think that there is a...
He did what Michael Hardin was saying Paul was doing.
A little bit.
Yeah, there you go. The diatribe.
The dialectical approach.
Yeah, I did.
What's the papaya?
That's I lost my train of thought now.
For me, I think the important thing is to see these points of view as like telescopes or microscopes, that they have specific functions that relate to all the other perspectives and tools. And so when you go in, you plant your flag in realism and objectivity, that has consequences, and some of them are very powerful and good, and some of them completely obscure the big picture, if the big picture is about consciousness. So if you want to know anything about consciousness, you can't start with the idea we must exclude anything related to consciousness, right?
That's again, I think that what Jack said is really key here. The dialectical approach. When I hear what I perceive to be a completely one-sided view, I'm not going to talk about both sides and how I agree with both so much, though I might try to talk about the other side to build a bridge. But I'm going to focus on pulling that overly weighted side over somewhat to my side in hopes that we arrive at the middle. So, and I think that...
Golden mean.
What's that, Justin?
I think it's Aristotle's golden mean is what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, exactly. So I'm not trying to unbalance it. I'm trying to counterbalance it in the hopes of being balanced. And so what Justin said, I agree with that. I think that if I were to frame it in a more, and I keep deferring to the word objective, and I should probably come to maybe unbiased would be a better word. I want a more neutral, unbiased presentation of things, and I think that when we exclude our existential experience, we're biased. When we exclude that completely unbiased third-person view, we're being biased.
Right.
So I think there's a time for our experience, and then there's a time for a higher level of academic, intellectual investigation.
But I think that's still experience, though.
Well, everything. If we really want to get down to it,
we are all pan-experientialists on to some degree or another.
As creatures, we cannot escape experience, and Kant really nailed that hardcore in his Critique of Pure Reason. The fact is, in order to have some kind of reason, we need to have an experience upon which to base it. So there is no complete divorcement of experience. However, there is an experiential frame of reference that can inform us without biasing us. And I think that...
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Wait.
I don't think...
Wait, hold on a second. Hold on just a second. Much like Mark Twain can present Huck Finn without actually being Huck Finn, without feeling like Huck Finn, without even agreeing with Huck Finn, I mean, all of us want to bitch about him calling the dude Nigger Jim these days. I'm sure that if Mark Twain was in today's shoes, he would see maybe a little differently, but at the same time,
but he couldn't claim that it was. But he couldn't claim that it was Huck Finn calling him that and not him. He couldn't say, I just wrote the book. I don't know what these characters are saying. I'm objective.
No. It's not. No, wait. Hold on a second. We're not talking about not knowing about what the characters are saying. What we're talking about is presenting characters that are not necessarily intrinsic to yourself. And I can definitely do that by conceiving of a villain that I've read in a Stephen King novel that I want to incorporate certain attributes of that because it's so against me. Not because it's part of me, because it's so against me.
But it's still you deciding that it's against you.
That's fine. All I'm saying is one way or the other. It could be against you, it could be for you, or it could be absolutely ambivalent towards you. What I'm saying is there are ways to include elements into a story that are not necessarily elements of yourself, but elements of things that you bring in order to test yourself, in order to prove yourself.
Absolutely.
In order to establish
and I think it's, and that's relatively objective, and it's objective as anyone can be, but it's still not objective objectively.
And I've said before, I agree with you there. There is no absolute objectivity.
All right, well, then we're cool.
But we can approach objectivity, and there's better ways to approach it, and there's worse ways to approach it.
I have an interjection. And leaving before Jack talks is that now I'm just about to leave. I have to go to bed, but I've talked with these guys, Jack and Craig, for probably hours on this, and realized that we all really do agree way more than we disagree.
Yeah. And
I realized that I started seeing you guys' frustration that I first had. And I didn't quite understand where they were coming from. It's been kind of entertaining this whole time.
So how this is a good because I know you're going to bed, Justin. But before you go to bed, how has tonight's discussion kind of reshaped your interaction with them thus far? I mean, you have a framework that you guys have already established. You've probably been talking a while now. Have you seen anything new tonight?
I think so. I think it's hard to really grasp that. It's just so subtle. But it's sort of maybe seeing that we're not disagreeing so much on the subject of being as I thought. We're just framing it differently or something like that. So maybe that's there.
There are people that we disagree with in our group, but they're nothing like you guys.
Yeah.
Everybody
Oh,
here is cool. So
if you're talking about the
if I get what's that?
Are we talking about the idealism group?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah. Drew, are you listening right now? Please tell me you're listening, homie. Drew? Drew? Calling Drew. Well, anyway, I was bitching to Drew earlier. He needs some admins. That group's becoming junk real quick. Real quick. And I'm not saying that I'm vying for the position or anything. All I'm saying is he needs some people to vet shit. You know, there's some things that need to be deleted. There's some things that need to be addressed and stuff. And it's like Drew's deadheading that group and not doing a damn thing for it. And he either needs to take control or get some people on board with him that are going to. Otherwise, the group is going to go the way of every other mega Facebook group where it's just a bunch of random spam.
Drew's idealism group or Tomas's?
Drew's. Is it Tomas or is it Thomas?
Thomas, or however you say it. His is the idealism and science versus atheism group.
Yeah. That one, well, he's too band happy.
I know.
He's going to kick anyone else that pisses him off. Drew, on the other hand, it's funny. He wants me to kick everyone out of my groups, but he ain't kicking no one out of his. How does that work?
Drew likes to admin other people's groups.
I've noticed that. I've definitely noticed that. Come on, Drew. Tell me you're listening, buddy.
It's the equivalent of going to someone else's house and swiping the dust off the mantle and going, tut, tut. But then you go to your own house and there's beer cans, there's a half-eaten sandwich.
Gross, Justin.
You just said sandwich.
So the idealism, science versus atheism, that's Drew's group?
No, that's Thomas's.
Is this all going to be
idealism
recorded in public, by the way?
Thomas who?
Yeah, it is.
He used to be
okay.
Hey, he used to be Thomas Cybertron. What is he now? Thomas something. It's not with an H. It's Tomas. And like I said, it used to be Thomas Cybertron.
I know the last name, but I don't know if I should put it out in public.
Okay, that's fine.
I put it in etiquette with information.
I don't even know. He's a friend on my friends list. I don't think he'd bitch at me, but whatever. I don't know the guy that well. Justin knows him a lot better than I do. He seems pretty cool, but he also seems a little sensitive.
So which idealism group is Drew's then? What's the name of it? Idealism and something versus something else?
Oh, idealism. Let me look it up.
Idealism and metaphysics, or
yes, that's the one. Idealism and metaphysics.
Yeah, dude, I still remember. I can't remember exactly what group it was that I met Justin in, but I think it was idealism and science versus atheism.
That was the original.
Yeah.
That was Thomas's group.
I haven't been active in any of the idealism groups in a very long time.
I haven't either, to be honest. I mean, I don't even... I'm an admin on several of them, and I don't even admin anymore because I don't really care to. I've moved almost exclusively to the chats.
Yeah,
friggin' Matthew's a bit of a douche about that shit. I've made him an admin of several of my groups, and he doesn't do shit, but neither does Justin, so I can't bitch too much. But
I run by soft power, and on occasion I will ban somebody for being an absolute twat.
I'll be an admin in one of your groups, Eric. I've never been an admin before.
What was Justin
saying? I'll make you an admin, Eric. I trust.
What were you saying, Justin?
Matthew's probably banned more than I have.
Oh yeah. Here's what I do. When I admin, it is basically it is an imperial statement. Everything else is delegated. It's like, oh, this person, they're obviously like some kind of... They're obviously trying to sell sunglasses. I'll let somebody else ban them. I'll let somebody else ignore their request.
You guys are all a bunch of assholes, and this is why. because that's exactly what I've done from the very beginning. And you have no idea how many people have accused me of not wanting to get my hands dirty, of not wanting to do my dirty work myself. And I end up doing it, and I end up being the bad guy, and I end up being the asshole. And everyone's all like, yeah, oh yeah, Eric, he's just so big.
I've never done that.
And it's like, come on, guys. I'm the big softy here that wants to be everyone's friend. The only time I get douchey is when you guys force me to.
I've never complained at you.
Amy says she'll ban people.
Maybe I'll just go through and commit an exterminatus on the whole lot. I
don't even like to ban people. I just boot people just to teach them a lesson, and I add them back. You know?
Oh, well, whenever it gets serious enough that I ban someone, usually it's a blacklist kind of matter. And you know, Justin, the last event, and it was like, well, I'm putting my imperial foot down. Not only are you gone from the group, you're gone from the chat, you're gone from anything that I exist in. So.
All I know is that after a year of absence, I've taken 3 months, and I still can't figure out the way things are. Things have changed. Things are very different. Personalities are different. Relationships are different. The way people interact on Facebook is different. And it's like, I feel like,
it's
I almost
a
feel
new
like
world.
It's like going 100 years in the future.
Okay, and I'm not trying to be self-aggrandizing here, but
Yes, you are. It's okay.
Honestly, I'm not.
Rip Van Winkle.
Seriously, I've tried to defer quite a bit and tried to delegate quite a bit, but the feeling that I keep getting in everything that I try to do is that everybody wants me to make it happen. It's like I don't see anyone else taking it. I don't see people.
What's David doing?
That's hilarious.
Doing.
He reminds me of a turtle sometimes.
Doing something.
David, are you home now?
Oh, that's his feeling.
He's looking at the world from a new perspective.
This is my favorite thing ever.
No.
I think that changes.
Vivid though, so they're annoying.
Okay, I believe.
Well, we do know one thing, that based on the side commentary, Amy has discovered that she is in fact a philosopher.
Yeah, I know.
It's like a quote that I told her this.
You guys said me for not keeping things on topic all you want. But at the moment I crack the whip and keep it on topic, you're going to bitch at me for being a tyrant.
Anyway.
Get back to me. Get back to me.
Exactly.
So I told Amy this. Let me find the quote.
Guys, this is
thinking.
Pretty profound statements there.
Here's the quote that I gave to Amy, and it was thinking things angrily is the beginning of philosophy. So, I mean, with all the side commentary, you know, she now understands why it is so obsession-inducing, and why that picture of, you know, come to bed, dear, but somebody's wrong on the internet, you know, why that is valid. It's good to know that there is now, like, solidarity with our sister on this matter.
I win!
And when someone was saying is, or the sun just is, or something like that, she was like, see, there you go, that's what I've been saying.
I refuted the...
Yes. Good stuff. Oh, you guys got
At least you make sandwiches.
Yeah, she made sandwiches during this podcast.
So you guys are going to blame this on me tomorrow, right?
What?
What?
You're gonna have to make your own sandwich, Eric.
I don't know if you're getting any of the shows to burn.
Like, for 4 weeks in a row, I've been getting bitched at for this, and you guys keep... You just, like, the moment I try to crack it down, it's like, no, you're going to do. So, like...
Who's bitching at you?
I just hope you understand. Remember, well, Justin, you were one of them, for fuck's sake. For crying out loud, dude. You whined about our rabbit trails more than anybody.
Mind your language, young man. That's a bugger of a mouth you've got there.
I may have pointed it out. I don't remember. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm done. Okay, good night.
But our whole life's a rabbit trail. What are you talking about?
I have to say, I was just distracted from Jack, so I need to point out that he needs to be returned to. So.
Yeah, I've been trying to say that for a while now.
You're welcome.
All right, dude. I'm just getting off because you're just gonna get more and more. How should we say?
Maniacally pissed. Make a point here that we have a show and that nobody's interested in doing it at this point.
I guess I'm the variable here, so I'm gonna leave. Good night.
Hey, good night, Justin.
Good night.
Well, we're drawing it to a close anyway. Jack, I mean, if you get a more of a spiel, then I'd love to hear it and stuff. But I'm pretty much ready to close it down if anyone doesn't have anything further to say.
Well, I would have liked to say it before Justin left, but I guess I'll maybe watch the final moments on YouTube or something. And I wanted to wait for Justin because it relates to Carl Jung, and it was a comment that I had on the Mark Twain, and how you said you could write about a character while not being that character. I think that statement can be objected to on a Jungian basis, where Craig and I, having disagreed that you can write about a character without being that character, Craig and I would be speaking from the perspective of the Jungian self, and you would seem to be speaking from the perspective of the Jungian ego, which has the shadow opposite it. The shadow being...
No, you misunderstood me. Let me clarify. I think that all egos are subsets of the ultimate ego, and I absolutely do believe that the illusion of objectivity is definitely just that, an illusion that you're actually connected. But in our immediate experience, that's not what we experience, and thus that dissolution or that separation to that third-person perspective aids in that, but doesn't mean you're actually separated. So I just want to clarify that. Go on.
Yeah, I understand that, but that's not what I was getting at. I was just playing devil's advocate to a particular assertion that you had made regarding the ability to write from a character's perspective without actually being that character. What Jung might say is that you are still that character in yourself, just not in your ego or in your personality, your persona. For Jung, the persona, of course, was the skin of the psyche, the part of the psyche which exists to relate to others. It's your personality, your attitude, your dispositions, etc., which are only the skin, only skin deep of a deeper self. And all of the aspects of anything which you would produce for Jung will be aspects of yourself. If you write about, if for example you are a conservative, fundamentalist, like hardcore anti-gay person, then possibly you're reacting in your ego, in your persona, to a part of your shadow, a part of your aspects of yourself which you still have but do not exist in the surface of your persona, of your personality. Latent forces in your psyche, basically. So, speaking as a devil's advocate, I can contest the claim, I believe, that you can write from a character's perspective without actually being that character, because I believe, or I am inclined to believe, that you are still that character, that character is a projection of deeper aspects of yourself, possibly, if it's not bordering on the autobiographical.
Well, I don't think that we would necessarily disagree there. I think the distinction is more of a logical one than an experiential one. You get what I'm saying? I don't think, like, yeah, I'm very union in how I view human consciousness, and that we are subsets of a greater whole, and that nothing is an exclusion to that greater whole. And no matter how far removed you get from one part, that they're all connected. I would also say that the distinction is real, that it's not illusory, that there is a substantive differentiation between discrete entities, and that they need not be confused one with another just because they're both subsets of a greater whole.
I agree largely. There's more that can be said about that, but maybe we'll go off on a tangent. I'll say for now that I don't believe that it's an absolute matter whether one thing is one or many. I can regard, for example, my laptop as being a single unitary entity, or I can regard it as a collection of circuits.
Mm-hmm.
You can do that with anything, and I think that each individual and each group of individuals, for example, humans, their world, the world that they live in, is a gestalt, I think that's the best word, a gestalt of all of these divisions and boundaries, and of course drawing up, I said earlier, my skin, which is a boundary, unites me with the air as much as it separates me from it. But I don't believe that it's an absolute matter. I think it's relative. I think that for example, my eye thinks in a similar manner to my frontal lobe. I don't think that what I see is what's absolutely there. I think my eye is doing something in the same way as my frontal lobe is doing something when I perform executive thought. And there's a quote from Ralph Waldo Emerson, which I would like to append to this after I'm done talking, from his essay Experience. But well, I'll just let the quote do the rest of the talking. 1 second.
While you're pulling that up, I just wanted to mention that I definitely agree that that there is a lot more to all of this than the labels that we put on them, and the way we delineate these things often serves more to obfuscate the truth rather than to reveal it. And so it is in that interest that oh, there you go, you just posted it. Wow, that's a little ways. Do you want to read it, or do you just want to leave it in chat?
Read it or copy it to me, because I can't read it right now.
Oh, you can't read it in chat?
All right, I'll read it. Just hold up.
All right, go ahead.
I'm mobile and I can't see that chat.
Yep.
It is very unhappy, but too late to be helped, the discovery that we have made that we exist. That discovery is called the fall of man. The fall of man. Ever afterwards, we suspect our instruments. We have learned that we do not see directly, but mediately, and that we have no means of correcting these colored and distorting lenses which we are, or of computing the amount of their errors. Perhaps these subject lenses have a creative power. Perhaps there are no objects. Once we lived in what we saw. Now the rapaciousness of this new power, which threatens to absorb all things, engages us. Nature, art, persons, letters, religions, objects successively tumble in, and God is but one of its ideas. Nature and literature are subjective phenomena. Every evil, and every good thing is a shadow which we cast. The street is full of humiliations to the proud. As the fop contrived to dress his bailiffs in his livery, and make them wait on his guests at table, so the chagrins which the bad heart gives off as bubbles at once take form as ladies and gentlemen in the streets. Shopmen are barkeepers in hotels, and threaten or insult whatever is threatenable and insultable in us. 'Tis the same with our idolatries. People forget that it is the eye which makes the horizon, and the rounding mind's eye which makes this or that man a type or representative of humanity with the name hero or saint. There's more to that paragraph, and there are quite a few paragraphs in the essay, but that's the bulk of it. The highlight is, perhaps these subject lenses have a creative power. Perhaps there are no objects.
Yeah, that's the thing about poetry. You can't just read it and talk about it. You know, it requires some meditation. And anyone who has an instant discussion about a poem that they've read, either the poem wasn't that deep or they aren't. I think that. Oh, go ahead.
I have another quote actually in response to what you said.
Oh, go ahead.
I need to find it first because it's kind of an older text.
All right, that's fine. I just wanted to give a little commentary to that. I mean, Ralph Waldo Emerson has always been very near to my heart, though anyone who thinks they understand him obviously doesn't understand him. I think that he has a very, very deep view of what it is to experience God. I don't think he contemplates experiencing being that much. I don't read that much in him. I read him experiencing God, which to me is his higher way of experiencing being, without talking about our lower way of experiencing being, which we often reference, just by what we feel, touch, taste, smell, see, hear. These to me are all lower senses and rather base. I think that there's a much higher perception to all men that is really evidenced in the poetry and artisanship of men that goes far deeper than words. And this, as you're reading it, I look at this and I'm like, yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, I can see that. I'm like, oh wait, what's he saying there? Oh wow, what does that mean? And that's the thing about poetry, is if you're reading it as a narrative, well, yeah, screw yourself up. You see that web. You see that web as it comes together. It's like, wow. The more I read it, the more I see. And so I have the sense that you found your quote.
I sure did. It's by J.G. Hammond, which is somebody that you would likely enjoy very much, because he was a Christian with very interesting opinions, and he was a contemporary of, I believe, David Hume, and an inspiration to both Kant and Wittgenstein and a lot of others who were very relevant in the Enlightenment and post-Enlightenment times. But anyway, the quote is from an older text of his called Aesthetica in Noon. And this is the excerpt that that came to mind. Poetry is the mother tongue of the human race, even as the garden is older than the plowed field, painting than script, as song is more ancient than declamation, parables older than reasoning, barter than trade. A deep sleep was the repose of our farthest ancestors, and their movement a frenzied dance. 7 days they would sit in the silence of deep thought or wonder, and would open their mouths to utter winged sentences. The senses and passions speak and understand nothing but images. The entire store of human knowledge and happiness consists in images. The first outburst of creation and the first impression of its recording scribe, the first manifestation of the first enjoyment of nature are united in the words, "Let there be light." Here beginneth the feeling for the presence of things. Finally, God crowned the revelation of his splendor to the senses with his masterpiece, with man. He created man in divine form. In the image of God he created him. This decision of our prime originator unravels the most complex knots of human nature and its destiny. Blind heathens have recognized the invisibility which man has in common with God. The veiled figure of the body, the continents of the head, and the extremities of the arms are the visible schematic form in which we wander the earth. But in truth, they are nothing but a finger pointing to the hidden man within us.
Yeah. Heavy shit by the end of the night, dude. Poetry's my thing. That's if there's one thing I get into more than anything, it's poetry, and that has a lot of flavor to it. It has a lot of texture. Can you post the text in the chat, just so I can have that later on, or at least give me who it was. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, the one that I posted was only an excerpt, but that's what Google gave me most immediately. I searched for a phrase from it. Poetry is the mother tongue of the human race.
I really like that. Actually, that last one that you just said speaks more to me than the Ralph Waldo Emerson quote, and it. I enjoy thinking about these things more than I enjoy talking about them, because it's almost like thought porn. You know what I mean? It's just like, wow, there's some deep shit here. I like this, and you just want to work with it. And it's hard to actually like interact with it in a real time basis, because it's almost like it's not what it's meant for. But yeah, I mean, all of it. I think if I can tie this back in, because we're winding down. I'm going to draw this to a close real quick here. I think that tonight has been one of our best conversations yet, and we had a good first 2 hours with Michael Hardin and Jack. You've been excellent. What I really appreciate about you, Jack, is that you don't have anything to prove. And I kind of sort of got that from our interactions in chat, but at the same time, I thought, oh, this might be just one of them playboys who's just got a bunch of book reading under his skin, and he knows how to quote things left and right. Maybe he's kind of soft in the gray matter or whatnot. But yeah, you're actually a pretty deep dude, and I very much appreciate that you come onto the show tonight. I think that. I'm definitely going to watch this over. I'm definitely going to hear these words and have new thoughts, and be meditating on these for a while. And I think we're probably going to... of course, idealism never quite leaves the forum of topics, because most of us involved here are idealists. And if we're not idealists, then we're perhaps crossing the threshold to idealism. But... I think I go back to what Mr. Hardin said at the end of his segment when he was talking about how much he likes what we're doing, how important it is to search. And I'll harken back to C.S. Lewis when he says how important it is to remain in doubt, how important it is that when you don't have enough information to make a determination, that you got to be okay with just not knowing, and just accepting that fact that you can be in doubt. You can play with thoughts, you can go this way or that, but unless you have something that's personally convincing towards you, the only responsible thing to do is to always remain in doubt until you're convinced. A lot of people have said that there's no harm in thought, there's no harm in ideas. I disagree with that very much. I think ideas are the genesis of atrocities. I think that ideas are the genesis of every single evil that has befallen man. And I think only by being responsible with our ideals, with our ideas, and being sincere with our approach and our motivation thereof, can we avoid such nonsense. Religion is often used as an anvil upon which to beat the horseshoe of our modern experience, and it's like, religion, one way or the other, always has been and always will be. It's not the religion that makes people bad, it's people that make people bad. It's their hearts. And so I'm not trying to get on a fresh new horse trail right now. This actually does make sense with everything that we're saying, because this is the heart of the show, and this is what I'm trying to do at the end of every show, is bring it back to an actual purpose. Because everybody likes to talk. Everybody likes to shoot the shit. But are we actually doing something here? Maybe I'm just stupid. Maybe I've crossed from the physical form of idealism to the retarded social form of idealism, and saying that maybe we could have a panacea of social interaction here where we actually arrive at a truth. Crazier things have happened. All I know is that in this show, these are some of the best conversations that I've had, and I can't help but wonder what those observing think. Not that that matters so much to me, but it kind of does matter a bit. I just look at all of these conversations. I look at our exploration of ourselves and our world around us, and I see something greater, and I see something special. And I really value that. And I really value the fact that so many really intelligent, thoughtful people are like cooperating to have a conversation that doesn't involve name calling. That doesn't involve thinking that the other person's a total douchebag and stuff, and trying to undercut them by virtue of their character. And I don't know. I guess because I have a tendency to meander. What I'm trying to say in conclusion is that I don't think that we're ever going to fully figure anything out. But if there's anything that matters in the quest to understand, it's the sincerity of the quest, the motivation, and who we find ourselves to be in the midst of it. And that's really key right there, is that we flesh out who we really are by trying to flesh out our ideas of what could be or who we could be. And I very much enjoy that aspect of this show and these interactions, and I hope that you guys do too. I hope that this is very, very enjoyable for anyone. If it's not, well, fuck off. No, just kidding. I definitely really think that there's a lot of stuff worth interacting with here, and this is just an entrance. This is just the beginning, and I hope that we can take this springboard and go further in the future. For right now, I think that we'll probably talk a little bit after I end the on-air segment of this and everything. But I think that we're pretty much done for now. I think that we've said all that we're willing to say in this particular broadcast. And I think that we have a lot upon which to meditate. And I think there's a lot of things that people can think about. And as we go forth from here, let's just think about how things could be rather than how things could not be. Let's think about how, we can... Let's get away from that peer-reviewed crap and just get crazy and think about shit and talk about shit. Because this is what the Pilgrims do. We wonder while we wander. And I love that. I love all you guys, and I'm glad that you got to participate in this week's show. So, I'm Eric Lauren Mail on behalf of David Michael Gregg and Justin Fowler and and Matthew Lewis, and our special guests Michael Hardin and Jack Sinclair, as well as Craig. I forget your last name, Craig. And Eric Collins, our ever-present contributor, who's come back to us after a couple weeks of absence. What was your last name, Craig?
Weinberg?
Craig Weinberg. I know. I meet a lot of people. So on behalf of all of us, and there's a lot of other people, of course, Sarah Awesome and Chris Reamer participate. My beautiful, wonderful girlfriend, Michelle Bateman, pops in from time to time. Haley Moore was here tonight. Jasper Quadrango was here last week. On behalf of all of us, thank you very much for actually taking some time to just think and consider things. Keep wondering, because that's what we're doing. I'll see y'all last week. Y'all have a good week.
Thanks, Eric. That was great.